Hello, everyone. We're doing some more Star Trek again.
Sweet.
So today one of the episodes is going to be past tense. So this stream might get political later on in the second and third episodes. That's probably going to be a thing. It's a rather relevant episode to what's going on these days. Just making sure hardware acceleration's not messed up. Okay, good. Hardware acceleration's good. And I have a confession to make. Last night, well, yesterday afternoon, I suppose, I asked whether I should make steak for dinner, and it was a resounding yes, and I didn't do it.
Oof.
It's like
How
you're
dare
trying to make us angry.
But I made it for breakfast, so here it is on stream. This is what So here's the steak dinner I had for breakfast. Some nice
Okay.
diced potatoes, cooked up, fried with butter. Couple
That's
of
very good.
fairly thin steaks with some crushed red pepper on one, not on the other, and some lemon to go on top of it.
Interesting.
I overcooked it a little bit, but it's been a long time since I've cooked steak, so a little bit of non-perfection was to be expected. It was still pretty good. Everyone loves steak.
Oh yes.
Nice. Potatoes look good too.
Yeah. Salt and pepper is all you need. And you just... I don't know how y'all make your potatoes, but I just, melt a thin layer of butter at the bottom of the pan, and I just fry them in that. Works out pretty well. It's not healthy at all, but, I don't do that often. It's not a big deal.
One thing I like to do with potatoes anyway, I guess before we get into Star Trek, mashed potatoes, boil them, salt, pepper, all that, but use...
Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew?
heavy whipping cream and whip the hell out of them. It almost turns into potato whipped cream almost. It's so
Interesting.
It's light and fluffy. It's pretty good.
Yeah, Chef, that's basically how I do hash browns. I don't, There are two ways to do hash browns. You can either, shred the potato, in which case a food processor is pretty much the correct choice. Just get a food processor. Or what I do is I just dice them because it's easier. And then you just fry them in butter for 10 to 15 minutes. And you're done.
Crazy enough to work.
You could use oil, I guess, but then you don't get a butter flavor. Then you have to put butter on top of it.
Making breakfast potatoes, the correct way is to make bacon first and then fry the potatoes in the bacon fat.
Also true. Yeah.
Oh, could do that. I do have bacon, but it's currently frozen. So I'm not gonna thaw that out for breakfast. So yeah, this is all very Star Trek related. We're just killing time. We're just have a long 5-minute timer for people to find and click on the stream, because it only shows up in subscription boxes once the stream's actually live. So we just give people a little bit to come in. If anyone else would like to join the voice chat, there's a link to Discord in the description. You just click on that and you're in. No password on it. Though we would ask that you wear headphones, because we don't want the stream audio going through the microphone. But first up tonight is going to be Fascination. Someone in the chat said Fascination was one of their favorites. Personally, it might be my least favorite episode of DS9. Not because it's a bad episode, just because it makes me personally uncomfortable with the way the characters interact.
Yeah, like I said in the chat, if the ears are a main Ferengi sex organ, then Quark basically rubs his balls on Keiko, which is kind of uncomfortable. Like you said.
Yeah. People do a lot of things with Ferengi ears without fully considering the implications. Alright, and everyone press play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play. Thank you for ending, Jazz. Perfect timing. What is that a Bajoran earring? Is that his...
Belong-
Was that the Dabo girl he was dating? Is that her earring? Why does he have her earring? Oh, you bought for Marta. Okay. That makes more sense.
I thought earrings were like family heirlooms or like family symbols.
I mean, Lee Nollis's is, but I don't know if we established that for other Bajorans. I don't remember.
Absolutely do, yeah.
Okay.
There's the upcoming episode where the guy comes out of the wormhole and suddenly reestablishes the caste system.
Oh yeah.
And then straight up murders someone because he was unclean.
Well, that was a Vedic, not the actual guy. But yeah.
Well, that... Yes. That's right. The guy who reestablishes the Dajara is just a jerk, but he's not a murderer.
Yeah.
That mug is just... I can't get over the mugs. They're the worst. I mean, I have a mug right here. It's a normal mug. All the liquid on the bottom can actually get out. Someone in the chat a couple streams ago said that they've had one of those mugs and they actually work pretty well. I don't believe them. I think they're lying.
I'm not sure if they're open in the bottom. So those mugs are actually like a relic from the 90s. They were travel mugs for cars that didn't have cup holders. The wide base is meant to provide a larger area to grip onto like the dashboard, I guess.
Yeah, more stable.
I'm not sure if the wide part is actually open on the bottom. It might just be there to be wide.
It might just be a cylinder with extra bits glued on the side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Yes, the triangle ship counter is for both TNG and DS9. And when those are over, it'll also be for Voyager and Enterprise.
I like the Voyager coffee mugs, like the black and silver.
I don't remember
That's
what they
kinda
look
nice.
like. Let me look it up. Star Trek Voyager mugs. No, I don't want branded mugs. I want the actual... Okay. Yeah, Janeway's mug is alright. It looks like it's made of metal, though.
Yeah.
That seems like a bad idea for coffee.
If it's double walled, then it's not a problem.
I guess.
Yeah, it's probably space metal anyway. It's like a duranium
Space metal.
mug.
Ah, yes, of course.
Yeah.
Duranium mugs. I don't know how I feel about this scene. Kira being really happy about something, holding her knees up to her chest, like, what? Why isn't Kira yelling at people? Kira loves yelling at people. It's her favorite thing.
If he said that all of his Bajoran deputies aren't working. Do we ever see him with any other race of deputies besides Kern?
I don't think so, but like maybe he's referring to Starfleet officers that will be working? I don't know.
I feel like there was one other person, but I don't remember who. I might be thinking of Voyager with Neelix. We certainly see Starfleet security officers, but yeah, Bajoran militia, I don't know. This doesn't look like the usual airlock.
It's weird. Chief O'Brien has like awkward sexual moments with Bashir and with Kira.
Like I don't know that I ever noticed the background of this airlock area. It looks
Yeah,
like a lounge.
Where are they right now?
Definitely makes it look like an airport.
Keiko, you're sitting on the steps.
People are trying to get by Keiko. No. Oh, she actually said no. What did you do to Molly? Yeah, Keiko, people are still trying to walk by. Oh no. Loxana, what have you done?
I love how no one can say no to Loxana. Like
I can
no one
say
is
no to Loxana.
She's a
No, in
force of
show, I
nature.
know. It's like,
it
why? How
seems
much
like
candy did she
everyone.
let Loxana give her? Keiko, yeah, Picard tries to say no to her. I'm not sure he's
Yeah,
ever really successful. He just kind of tricks her into going away.
yeah, Picard tries to say no, but then in the end he just calls Data in to, bore her with conversation and does all that kind of stuff. He never is actually direct with her and like puts his foot down.
God, Loxana is just a walking lawsuit. Just don't let her anywhere near anyone. How is she I still don't get how she's an ambassador. That doesn't make any sense to me. She doesn't even get along with other species. Oh, we're still going at Sadiq El Fadil. Fadil? Now I can't even remember how it's pronounced unless I say the entire thing. Sadiq El Fadil El Tahil Abdurrahman Muhammad Ahmed Abu Karim El Makti. So it's Fadil.
Well, in the comments they say like people say no, but she doesn't care. She just bulldozes them. I
Yeah.
agree with that. And at the same time, no one meets her head on with their own bulldozer. That's what I'm trying to say.
So today's episodes are Fascination, Past Tense, and then what's the third one? I don't even remember. Hang on, let me scroll up. Life
Past
Support.
Oh, life support, right?
Life Support is the third one. Yep. Who is that guy, and why is he in Odo's chair?
Oh yeah, that's the security guard that's in like random episodes. He's in a lot of episodes.
He's just taking
Looks
over
like
while
Bob
Odo goes to a
Odenkirk.
festival. Kinda. I can see it.
That guy's clearly just an extra. He has no lines.
I'm also not sure he has rank pips. I've been looking at his collar. I don't see any. Well, we can't see him from this angle, of course.
I thought he was credited as a lieutenant, but I'm not 100%.
Oh, he's turning?
Yeah, Lieutenant Jones is what he's credited for anyway.
I'm not convinced he's really a lieutenant. Oh no, he has rank pips.
Yep.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, Lieutenant Junior grade.
Directed by Avery Brooks. Okay. Interesting. I wonder what Avery's like as a director. Because as an actor, he's really he's pretty out there. And also just, as a person.
Have you seen the documentary, What We Left Behind?
Yeah.
They do talk about his directorial style, and I don't know if it's actually in the main documentary, but it is in the special features.
I'll have to rewatch it. I only saw it once, and that was right when it came out. I don't remember most of it.
He gives one-word directions to some of the actors.
Okay. He doesn't just play piano at them.
Play piano
No.
out of them.
Yeah, she's probably trying to make Roostai
I
with
think it
Odo.
was,
That's probably correct.
I think it was Casey Biggs, who plays Damar, said
Yep.
that he was having trouble with line delivery, and Avery Brooks just walked up to him and said, "Glide, you dig?" And that was it.
Okay.
Is Avery okay? Is there?
Yeah, he's just eccentric.
Yeah, he's really eccentric.
I mean, eccentric is just the word they use for rich, crazy people.
Or really talented, crazy people.
Or talented, crazy people.
Yeah, I mean he's been a professor for decades, so he's okay enough to actually teach people in acting classes, but yeah, he's always just been out there.
I love the anecdote in the Far Beyond the Stars episode. The character has a breakdown. The director yelled cut, and he kept like crying on the
He was
floor.
actually breaking down there.
I believe that. That was an intense breakdown.
He was the director on that episode.
Sorry. Oh wow. Okay.
So whoever was directing that scene was probably in an AD or something.
No comment. They both love gossip, Ariel. I don't know what to tell you.
True.
They just spend all their time chatting about everyone else on the station. Couldn't Vedic Barile be helping her with the renewal ceremony? Isn't that kind of his whole thing?
Yeah, why not?
He doesn't just have to be hanging out here. It's taking place in the Bajoran Temple, the shrine. You're a Vedic, just go.
The Vedic's just like mooching off of you.
And what is Molly doing in that side room? Just leaving a mess. How dare she?
Put your toys back in the replicator. Whatever.
For some reason, I just heard that line completely wrong. The Keiko's line right there. I thought she said, I thought it looks like the medicine doctor Bashir prescribed is working.
The medicine doctor.
It's like, are we talking about voodoo? What do you mean medicine doctor? No, I make that mistake quite a lot, actually. Like, in video game tooltips, they'll say things like, train Marine. And I'll sit there and when I first say it, I'll be like, what's a train Marine? When I was playing StarCraft for the first time, I was like, what's a birth queen? It's like, no, you're birthing a queen.
It's kind of like the first time I've heard the word like contraindication. I pronounce it as contraindication.
Contraindication. Okay. Yeah, Julian Bashir is the medicine doctor. That's true. The frontier medicine doctor. Yeah, and now it starts of people just personal arguments. I mean, the issue I have with all of the interactions here is they seem like the kind of arguments people could have in real life, and that
Yeah.
I don't really want to watch a realistic simulation of a failing relationship.
Yeah. I've definitely been through the damn it, make a decision. No, not that one dynamic. Not a fun one.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with Harlequin. I think Miles is trying so hard and Keiko just isn't buying it. Just walk away, Miles. Go play some darts.
Oh, hey, that's the same dress that Jadzia wears at her bachelorette party, I guess you could call it.
Oh yeah.
With the fire spinner dude.
From Captain Shelby's ship.
Wait, why? Oh, well, never mind. What are they doing, though?
Chemistry.
Wait, why? They're burning. Is this like people write down what they want to happen, and then you? Okay, so they write down what's bothering them, and then they burn it symbolically.
Yeah.
This really doesn't seem like Kira to me.
The weird thing is she's out of uniform, but not wearing any crochet.
Yeah, what's with that? Bajorans love their crochet. Look at every other Bajoran civilian here. What happened to her little vest? She loves her vest. Yeah, I think Kira's already going crazy. I mean, Jake here is going crazy. Oh no, Jake has a crush on Kira now, doesn't he?
He's just a teenager. It's fine. It's fine.
Now, who's Barile going to be fascinated with?
Oh boy.
No, Jake. Jake, you cannot compare to Vedic Barile. Don't even try. Is he 15 now?
Oh god.
Yeah, Kira's like in her 30s and Jake's 15. What are they?
Oh god.
Don't leave Kira alone. Don't call her nervous. So who falls in love with Morn? Well, I guess everybody, but, you know, specifically in this episode. Oh no. Do you think the prophets object to this? Well, the prophets honestly pretty much don't care. I doubt the prophets know that any of this is even happening.
They're still trying to understand past, present, and future and how that works.
Yeah. I just don't like Barile's character at all in any episode he's in.
But he's so muscular.
I haven't seen it yet. Maybe that'll change my mind.
Oh no, I think we're not going to see
No,
him
we're past
shirtless
that, yeah.
again.
The next episode, well, after past tense, his tenure on DS9 is mostly over.
Yep.
That's true.
I think he was a great character.
Why is he still spinning as he walks away? Odo, maybe you should like turn into a bird and just leave. You're a shapeshifter, Odo. Just get out of there. I really hope those earrings aren't piercings. I really hope they just clip on.
Yeah, I think all Bajoran earrings are clip-ons.
Okay. Because, yeah, piercing would... I have to imagine that'd just be super painful for a Ferengi.
Yeah, another extra from the Renaissance Fair.
Yeah.
I guess a
Dude.
lot of extras from the Renaissance Fair.
Yeah, they love their juggling. Though they're not even juggling real fire, what's the point? That's just a glow stick. Is Keiko in love with Quark?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes, because I know what happens at the end of this episode.
Okay. Well, I assume at the end of the episode, everyone just goes back to their regular people.
I
Well,
like
roughly the end.
I like how Keiko is a botanist, and like the vest she has on looks like it's made out of leaves almost.
Taking
I
some
don't know.
inspiration from the joints, putting her own spin on it.
I don't know if that's purposeful, but I think it's kind of neat.
Yeah, it looks
She
like
means
fresh
more
roses
time,
almost.
Miles. I mean, it'd probably go faster if she didn't have Molly with her.
Yeah.
I still don't know why she brought the kid. I mean, I know O'Brien said to. But it doesn't seem like the right place to take the kid.
No, he said it might be something to consider. Keiko jumping to conclusions.
Yeah, I hate everything about this conversation. I do not want to be watching this.
They were tense at the beginning, now they're really tense.
This is so real, though.
That's the problem. That's what makes it awful.
Well, it's
Can
kind of
we
like
get Can we get to the next episode where we get realistic problems about poverty and stuff?
Yeah, poverty and hostage situations, those are much more comfortable than this.
Yeah, Keiko, how dare you have a friend that you talk to your relationship about? It's not like you talk to things with Julian O'Brien.
If they got a divorce, this episode would still count after the episode, given they're not in their right minds.
I don't know if we ever established that they're actually affected by Luoxana.
They do establish if they are or are not. I won't spoil it.
I'm just gonna say they are because I don't like the implications of them having these arguments if they're not.
See, if Keiko weren't like this every other episode after this, I'd agree with you, but she is.
I mean, we're blaming Keiko, but some of the stress has to be due to her husband's job.
I mean, I keep saying O'Brien, they're both O'Brien. Miles isn't being terribly understanding of the situation either.
No.
He's not helping.
He's definitely overstressed, yeah. I think Keiko isn't affected by anything. I feel like she's being completely normal
Normal for her, yeah. But I think
for her. Yeah.
Keiko is actually not being understanding. As
I think the
understanding.
thing with the red dress from this morning was ridiculous.
But not out of character.
When has he ever asked her to wear clothing like I don't know.
I think that was the only time we see him do that.
That's why she was so irked.
And Major Kira can definitely hurt you. Stop calling her Maurice.
Oh god.
Kira doesn't break up with people as much as she just plants ultradium bombs outside their apartment and gets them.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone she loves just dies. In fact, who's the next person she starts dating? Is it Shakar? Does he die?
I think he just stays on the planet and she never sees him again.
Okay.
Shakar doesn't die, no. There's an episode, at the beginning of the episode, they basically say they went to visit the prophets together to find out if their relationship should continue, and the prophets told them to break up.
Okay. And then she gets in a relationship with Odo eventually, and then he goes and lives on another planet.
But at some point, Kai Wen becomes first minister as well as Kai. So what happens to Shakar?
That is the moment that establishes Shakar running for the first minister. So Kai Wen wins it first. Or no, she doesn't win it. She inherits it from the guy who died. And then
Shakar runs against her.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I remember now, because Kai Wen sends Kira to go and, like, coerce Shakar into giving her some soil reclamators. And she's like, well, if you ran for first minister, then you could decide what we do with him.
Well,
you know what,
Kai Wen sends the military after him and almost sparks a civil war.
Right,
You know, they're like, don't run for the first minister office, or we'll make the fact that you almost started a civil war public. So Kai Wen just sort of steps aside, and Shakar wins the first minister.
Quark's earrings are fabulous.
They are pretty nice.
I like Quark's his cotton candy suit.
Huh?
I mean, I was just looking at his suit. It's the same sort of style as a Starfleet uniform, where it's colored on the top, or it's two-toned. One color on the top, one color at the bottom, with the intersection being around the shoulders.
That's funny.
It looks like a cosplay Starfleet uniform where he tried to fancy it up.
Yeah, it was probably something that didn't make a Starfleet uniform cut, and they just recycled it.
Yeah, maybe. This is a weird section of the station too. It's just like an open-ended hallway with like a weird lounge in it.
It's there for the view.
You know, whoever said that Deep Space Nine is like an airport, I can't get out of my mind, because whenever I see like dead ends like this, that's what I think of.
I mean, it literally is an airport.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm the one who described it as an airport initially, but it always annoyed me because they don't have any signage either.
That's going to annoy me forever now too. Thank you.
Yep.
Pearl, you can't say that to your girlfriend.
Oh, friend zoned.
And she was about to kiss him on his chest and everything.
Wait, so who are those flowers for, Cisco? Also, what is Cisco wearing? What is that?
I think that's Quark's vest and his own turtleneck sweater.
Actually, that looks like a standard Starfleet undershirt, because that normally we just see the neck sticking up with the pips on it, but that actually looks the same. It's just
I think you're right.
Yeah, it does look similar.
He's just got this super fancy. I think he borrowed Quark's vest.
Yeah, the Star Trek writers really thought vests were going to be the future. They love vests.
It kind of looks like he's wearing shag carpeting. It looks like his vest is made out of shag carpeting, or at least something you'd see in like a hotel lobby.
If you say so.
A bus seat pattern. It's a bus seat pattern in a vest form. Or like the chairs in a way.
I mean, I know Jake wears like bus seat or airplane seat patterns. Jake loves those.
Jake loves vests.
Well, that happens later. He's still in his well, not still. I guess they kind of got rid of that, but he was in that like onesie phase.
You know, I'd love to talk to Garrick as a tailor anyway. I want to know if these styles are Federation styles or Earth styles or Bajoran styles.
Is Garrick or Bashir in this episode at all?
Bashir
we
is.
mentioned Bashir. Oh yeah, Bashir will be in
Oh,
now.
yeah, there he is. He's right there. Or at least talking wise.
I'll speak the devil.
But I don't think Garrick is though.
Oh, even Bashir's dressed up. Look at him.
Does Julian
I
still
think-
love Jadzia?
People who are that old friends don't have time for such ridiculous jokes.
I think it happens in the future episode, but ultimately Cisco gets to see how far down her spots goes in the mirror universe.
Yeah. That's not our Dax though. Is she even Dax or is she just Jadzia?
She's just Jadzia there. Or is she? I can't remember.
I don't know.
I know Esri is just Esri.
Oh, God.
Leave her alone, Jake.
God. Oh, it hurts.
She doesn't like you.
I physically cannot cringe enough.
Oh, Toby the Targ.
You're going to regret saying that in a second.
What's gonna happen to Toby the Targ?
Oh, not Toby, but he thought he couldn't cringe any harder.
So true story. The actress that plays Molly is also on an episode of cooking show. I can't remember which one it is.
Yeah, Hannah Hatai, I think her name is.
Yeah, I think it's the one that Gordon Ramsay, like Kitchen Nightmares. I think he goes into a sushi shop. I think it is, and it's
Oh
her
right.
and her brother, and like their father, I think, owned a sushi shop. True story.
I think I watched part of that. I think not Keiko, what's her name? Molly. Hannah, that's her real name. I don't think Hannah was the one with the problem with that restaurant though. I think
No,
Hannah was
no-
okay.
No, she wasn't the like owner or like cooker.
Yeah,
I
she
think
was
a
she was
family
just there
member.
doing her best.
Yeah.
Is Keiko in there with another man?
Nah, Star Trek wouldn't do that.
Wouldn't it though?
I mean, they're
You-
definitely framing it like that. Wait, no, Molly would have said she's in there with someone.
You guys are just making out Keiko to be such trash, just like leaving the kid out with the toys in the front room while closing the door, cheating on him with another man.
Maybe he can ask the computer to scan his quarters.
She would have gotten a babysitter at least. She wouldn't just let Molly out like that.
Wait, why does Loxana have Bashir and Odo now? Never, don't answer that. This is kind of like the Sarek episode, except instead of everyone getting angry, everyone has other feelings I can't say on YouTube.
Lust. It's a lust. It's fine.
Sure. Everyone starts having intense feelings of physical attraction to other people.
Well, it's canon that Deanna has said that when they reach menopause, their libido increases 40
God.
times.
40 times.
And this, yeah, she's just kind of saricking that on everyone in the station.
I mean, Kira just straight up cheated on Barile, but does it count if there's psychic manipulation? That probably doesn't count.
Yeah,
At
it
this point,
doesn't
I think.
count.
Oh god.
Also, yeah, are Siddiq and Nana actually... Man, they both have such interestingly pronounced names. Siddiq, Nana. Are they actually together at this point in the show?
I don't know.
I think
When
we
does-
asked this question before, and I looked up when they start getting together, but it's not like. I think it's like 4th season.
Yeah, when is the Yoshi transplant episode?
Well, that is when she's pregnant. And they've already been together at that point.
We assume.
No, I think that episode takes place after they're married.
Yeah.
It always looks like Odo's in physical pain.
They're not even enjoying the kissing here.
Yeah, it's awkward kissing.
And Odo's gonna feel...
It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know if you
Odo
ever
loves
had
that
makeup in your
woman.
mouth, but it looks like they're loathing the taste of.
It looked like Kira was about to crack up when they were reading their lines. It's like, we have to stop. She like hides her face.
I feel like at that point, Odo would just pull up a spray bottle and start squirting them, saying no.
Or just make one out of his hand.
Yeah, just no, stop it.
What is Dax doing back there? I'm not comfortable with the fact that I can't actually see where Jadzia is. There she is.
So they have a dialogue of Socrates where he's able to walk off the seduction of a very aristocratic and beautiful young man named Alcibiades. But even though he was drinking all night, he just like gets up and walks away at the end of the wine party. And so Cisco is kind of that like representative man, like the ultimate idea of masculinity is not being promiscuous, but being able to hold your own and walk it off after, like, let's say, a long night of temptation or whatnot. And so Cisco kind of embodies that. He doesn't fall for anyone. If it wasn't for him, it would just be nobody would have solved this problem.
I mean, they could have had O'Brien solve it, since they usually, give him the worst situations.
Is Keiko wearing the red dress? Yes, she is. Okay.
Oh no, no!
I mean,
How do you know it was the '90s?
I was thinking of something a little bit less fancy. I was just thinking, like, could Cisco just shoot half the people in the room? Just stun them. Just stun them and then get the most important people back to work. Fix it.
He doesn't shoot anybody,
They
but
couldn't even-
there is violence.
They couldn't even get her a Vera Wang.
They talk about how Betazoids can't read Ferengi, but still the Ferengi are affected by their menopause rays or whatever. Spoiler alert.
I guess nothing's more powerful than the power of, well, I don't know which word's friendly for YouTube.
The power of family-friendly content.
The power of Troy.
Cisco didn't even feel that.
He just looks so goofy.
He's so mildly bothered by this.
And I mean, we've already established Barile works out. How strong is Cisco?
Cisco is strong enough to punch Q.
Cisco is half god. He is the Cisco.
Oh God, no. I have a bad feeling. Oh no.
Did the show just solve itself?
I think things just got worse.
Oh no. Quark?
Idanian
Quark, what are you
spice
looking at?
pudding sounds
Oh,
so
God.
good.
Miles, come come.
Uh,
We need you to punch Quark.
Can we talk about the fact that he just walked up to her and started rubbing his ears on her?
Yeah, no, actually, maybe we should not talk about that.
Just acknowledging this. He grabbed him by
Just
the
ag-
other ear.
We could just acknowledge it. We don't have to go into detail.
It's not like this has happened before.
Xanthi fever, so it's not just menopause here.
I mean,
It
at
could be
this
both.
point, I
It could
feel
be
like the
part
beta.
of it could be part of menopause, like hot flashes.
I feel like this just proves that betazoids are too much trouble than more trouble than they're worth.
Yeah, I'm with Bashir. Let's not think about it too much.
I mean, a holy man got punched, so yeah,
A couple of times, yeah.
yeah.
He'll be fine. Now,
Yeah,
if someone could
Brian will
just
be
punch
fine.
a holy woman in this episode, in this show, that would be fantastic.
Oh, that'd be great.
One in particular.
We all know.
That's right, Kai Opaka. No,
Yeah, sure.
That darn
pretty
Opaka.
obvious.
Abandoned her
Opaka
people,
doing
just
her-
stayed on that planet.
exactly. Trying to do her best for the Bajoran people? Disgusting.
I mean, sometimes your best.
Oh lord,
Whoa.
who just joined?
I don't know, but being communicated with aliens. It's first contact. Oh god!
So, what's that name? Mr. Pelix, I've had to mute you because your microphone's going all screwy.
That hurt my ears.
Since you were doing a Cisco impression.
What is that look on Odo's face?
You know, it's hard to tell without eyebrows.
I think it was
I'm going to
taking-
disregard this whole conversation as non-canon. This didn't actually happen.
Actually, no, because O'Brien made a very good apology to her at the door, and I think that was a good choice. They're very real.
You know,
Yeah.
it's also good to, take in these good moments with O'Brien before they torture him again in the next episode.
By torturing him just a little bit this episode.
Has he gone to the memory prison yet?
Not yet.
How long was he in that prison for? Mentally, I mean.
Like 20 years or something?
I
Yeah,
thought it was like over like 50 or something.
I think it was
They
20.
say 20 cycles, which I don't know if that establishes 20 years or not.
Oh god, they're playing.
It's just, yeah, that's just a fancy space word for years. Space years, space tennis. Really just anything you put space on the front of it. So the next episode is also very real, but in a different way. In a different way that's nicer to watch. Well, I say nicer. Less uncomfortable to watch.
I mean, less immediately uncomfortable, but when you think about it, it's pretty uncomfortable.
Yeah. So, quick 1 minute timer on that, then we'll get into past tense part 1. We're doing part 1 and part 2. And then another episode after that. So, if anyone else in the YouTube chat would like to join Discord, there's a link in the description. Just click on that and you're in. There's no password on it.
All right, so it's been so long since I watched this. Past tense. Anyone remember what this one's about?
It's
They go back
about
to. You can go ahead.
It's about 2 parts.
it's about like the class system and poverty.
The one that takes place in the 2020s. Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, the thing that takes place, I think, isn't it actually sometime in 2020? Also, press play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play. Okay, your thoughts.
They said it was. They said it was somewhere in the 2020s. That's the exact time frame they give. They don't say the
I
exact year.
I think it's actually
2024.
2024.
2024,
Yeah.
copy says.
Oh dear.
So,
We're right on schedule.
Oh no.
Has
After
anyone
all.
watched this episode this year? Because I actually haven't seen this episode in like 4 years.
I think
Yeah,
I
I
watched
watched
it
it this
earlier
year.
this year.
I haven't seen this since they first put this show on Netflix. So it's been a bit.
I think the maybe the visual reaction I have to this episode, not that it's a bad episode or I disagree with any of the points, but like I work in mental health care and the way they talk about that is just kind of it's not really realistic to the way things are right now, at least in my opinion.
Okay.
Well, this is also the 90s talking about the not so distant future. So
Yeah.
Well, if you want, we can go into more detail about what's unrealistic about it once we start talking about mental health
Yeah.
later in the episode.
It's going to be really hard for me to not do the like, well, actually.
No,
throughout the whole
absolutely feel
episode.
free to yes.
I think we're all kind of here for that. Let's be honest.
I mean,
That's
yeah, of course.
that's all these live streams are. It's actually the show. Bolongo? That's really his name.
That
Ferengi has
sounds like a
Bolongo.
name for a gorilla at a zoo.
He really belongs on Ferengi, doesn't he? Does Bolongo have a memory alpha page? Hang on.
I am curious about that.
Oh,
But
you know
there
he
is
does.
something, and I remember the plot of this two-parter. There's something I wonder. So, Cisco eventually takes over Mr. Bell after he dies accidentally, and he becomes
Yeah.
Mr. Bell, which brings up the question: how many other historical figures were accidentally killed and replaced by a time traveler?
How many historical figures are actually just Cisco? Specifically.
I mean, things get weird when you find out he's George Washington.
Actually, think it back to Voyager. How many historical characters are just Janeway? So many temporal violations.
I mean, we find out throughout history, like there's that one Q that interferes, like because of one
Yep.
Q, Woodstock happened.
That was Quinn.
Yeah. So, how much of human history has been dictated by time travelers, aliens, or Q?
This is why we need the Bureau of Temporal Investigations.
We had the dinosaurs escape the comet and flee to the Delta Quadrant too.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
the dinosaurs
yeah.
that built spaceships and flew away. That's canon.
So, Earth has influenced the galaxy in
Oh,
its
okay,
own beautiful way. Also,
Okay, first thing first. Why do they look like Ghostbusters?
Don't worry about it. That's why.
Oh, so does he have two zippers? It looks like their suits have two zippers.
Yeah, he
on
does. Don't worry about it. What else is this guy in, though? The old guy.
Them. He's in a lot, but I can never remember his name.
He just died this year too, I think.
Oh.
Oh, damn it!
So, as a mental
Sorry,
health
fulfilling my
professional,
role.
I mean, I don't know if you're actually a mental health professional. You just said you know some stuff about mental health, I think. But as a mental health professional, is it correct to call people DIMS?
I think this falls into the purview
There's-
of how idiot used to be a name for people who are mentally deficient. I guess people said certain words too much, and they just used them instead.
Yeah. So, like I said, I am not going to do the actually this whole episode, but I'm a psychologist. I've worked in like mental health facilities and inpatient facilities and like,
Okay.
acute outpatient. And and all of that. And I've seen everything that's in this episode, like countless times, more times than I can remember.
Uh,
I would
So
I would love to hear all that because I feel like if the show inspired us because it engaged these issues, then it would be very fitting in a commentary on the show to actually talk about how it affects us, today. Like for example, like I live in New York State, and I know the state constitution guarantees every person the right to mental health care, and so in theory, you have like a network of mental hospitals built across the country. But like in practice, obviously everyone. Anyway, so I think that fits the tenor of the show just as much as the fact that we laugh at the plot
yeah,
in a cinema kind of way.
if everyone is okay with it, I will, and I would love to because there's a lot of misconceptions about
Yeah, man.
like how that works.
For sure.
So-
Do it.
Yeah.
oh yeah, sure, go for it.
I very much welcome some experienced input. Yeah.
Mm.
Right off the bat, one of the biggest problems with mental health anyway is just the discrepancy between free will and the need for treatment. Obviously, because we can't, because if a person goes in voluntarily for help, they can leave voluntarily, right? And when it comes to treating people who are like acutely ill, anyway, like there's several levels of treatment. One is basic way to look at it is we don't want you to die within 24 hours. We don't want you to die within a week. And then we want you to have a better lifetime indefinitely in the future. And most of the mental health, because of that kind of free will argument, is in the we don't want you to die in a day. Or maybe we don't want you to die in a week. And it's because they choose to. Like one of the main things that I hear in the hospital that I've worked is, I will do whatever it takes to benefit my life. I'll do whatever it takes. But when you like actually offer people treatment, they're like, no, I won't do that. No, I'm serious. It sounds like silly.
No, I believe it.
Like they'll say like, I will kill for my kids. I will die for my kids. I will die to get better. Okay, well, would you mind going to these like meetings? No, I can't do that. No. And
And
Very human.
if you remember Lee Nollis and Cisco, Lee Nollis was like, I would die for Bejor. And Cisco's like, of course you would die for Bejor. That gets you off the hook.
exactly. No, it's exactly right.
I hate to interrupt, but this is just me. Or does this guy helping Jadzia, does he kind of look like David Bowie, at least haircut wise?
I was
Yeah.
thinking the Rick Roll guy, Rick Astley.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I can
Also,
definitely see that. Yes.
Also, something I just realized. So Cisco and Michiru, they wake up, they're completely confused. But Jadzia, she's able to understand the situation and lie immediately.
Jadzia knows what's
Well,
up. She's good at her job.
She's got a 300-year-old worm in her belly, so like
Oh yeah.
maybe she's been through time travel before.
Yeah,
I have to say the Heisenberg compensator is one of the best ideas in Star Trek ever.
Doesn't Dax talk about being alive in this area? Isn't this the time that she was an Olympic gymnast or something? No, that was during McCoy.
This is
Yeah,
the
it was
21st century, and
23rd.
and Star Trek is in the 24th, at least in this show. So if she's 300 years old, then maybe she was still alive at this point.
It's possible, but like I don't think Trills had visited Earth this far. In
Yeah,
the past.
probably not.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Well, there is probably one character from Star Trek that's walking around on Earth. What was Whoopi Goldberg's character?
Guinan.
Yeah, she's probably walking around somewhere.
Yeah, she was hanging out with Mark Twain before, and that was well before this episode.
I know, so she could still be here. Maybe she left, maybe she didn't.
It's like 150 years.
Yeah.
Of course, Star Trek 4 would have happened like 30 years before this. 35 years.
Yeah, just about. But I still can't get over the fact they have two zippers and they look like Ghostbusters.
Oh yeah, the Vulcan from Carbon Creek. So we have had Vulcans on Earth. In fact, there's a Vulcan on Earth right now.
Well, Spock too.
We had
Technically, Data's head is
Yeah.
still here.
Data's head. That's true. Data's head is in a cave somewhere next to San Francisco.
So wait, do they say what city they're in? Because I'm just going to assume it's San Fran, because they always go to San Fran.
It's always
Yeah,
San Francisco.
Yeah.
This is San Francisco for sure. Yeah.
Oh, it's also
Yeah.
like 20 years after Voyager crew visited Earth, that area.
Oh yeah, but didn't they didn't
Oh,
go to
yeah.
San Francisco, did they? They went somewhere else.
They were in
Did
LA.
They were in
LA,
LA.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
Terrible show. They went to a different California city. How dare they?
And they
San
said
Francisco's
LA.
the only city.
They said that
Yeah.
LA has turned into like a coral reef or something
Yeah,
after a big
it
earthquake.
sank underwater.
Oh wait, I'm still confused about something. So this is This is in the 2020s. But
Yep.
didn't things fall apart in Star Trek in the 80s and 90s? Because I can't remember. That's when the eugenics war started.
Eugenics wars in the 90s, yeah.
96.
And
The
then
eugenics-
World War III is going to be like 10 years from this episode.
So if it's a difference of 10 years before the world is blown up, so does that make any of this useful in the grand scheme of human
Oh
history?
yeah, they're going to have like a few good years after all the reformations after this episode. Then everything's just going to be awful. We're going to get nuclear Armageddon. We're going to get the post-atomic horror. It's going to be great.
And still
It's
no
roundabouts,
colony on
yeah.
Mars. I mean, come on.
No.
It's like 600 million is the casualty count for World War III, isn't it?
Honestly,
Yeah.
that's not too bad.
Well, I think
For-
that's like the initial stroke. Probably more people died with the fallout.
It's imagine a whole continent just being
Well,
nuked.
Riker said 600 million in like First Contact, so I would imagine that counts all the fallout and everything.
Honestly,
Well,
that's
600
that's
million out
not
of
as
around 10
nearly as many
billion.
as I would expect for a major world war with nuclear weapons.
True. World War II was 54 million people.
Okay. I love the idea of what a computer looks like in 2024.
Oh yeah, and it does look a lot like a Star Trek computer. Like if you told me to make a Star
Yeah.
Trek computer, that's what it looked like.
Also, yeah, it's just a 90s computer with like some bits glued onto the keyboard to stick up.
It looks like the space Lego.
Yeah, the timeline with the post-atomic horror and First Contact, I don't know what the deal is there, because I would think the post-atomic horror is at the same time that we're getting, like, First Contact, because that wasn't too long after World War III.
You know what? There's so many Starfleet ships going back in time. I'm not surprised that the timeline's messed up at this point.
Maybe the post-atomic horror didn't actually happen anymore. Maybe it doesn't exist.
Maybe it transitions to something horrible. Maybe it's like equivalent exchange. Something worse happens, but people are able to bounce back faster.
Yeah, but the discovery of warp and Vulcans in 2063 is dependent upon World War III happening.
Maybe it was like World War II where, I mean, First Contact takes place in the United States. Maybe the United States was just fine. Maybe we just profiteered off everyone else's suffering for World War III.
Did anyone else see that YouTube video about the theory about why Picard speaks French and is from the UK and has that whole blend?
I don't
Trek
know, but
Fifties
I'm going to assume it's the Franco-Anglo Union.
They talked.
It's not the universal translation.
Basically, the theory in the video. It's a good YouTube video. You want to look it up, but the theory is that World War III was like based in Europe and like France was basically annihilated. So a lot of people left France to go to other places, and then there was this huge like French Renaissance again.
Okay.
It's France. It's an interesting
Yeah.
theory.
The YouTube channel is called Trexpertise. They're really good.
Yeah.
All right, I'll give it a look. But if it's the idea of France was destroyed, who was it? Was it by the English?
Too terrible to imagine.
When you tell someone you don't do social media.
Does Star Trek exist in the Star Trek universe? The show?
No. Maybe Gene Roddenberry accidentally made Star Wars instead.
Maybe Gene Roddenberry in the Star Trek universe died in that plane crash. That one that triggered him to make Star Trek in the first place.
Oh wow. But that does bring up a good question. Does Gene Roddenberry exist in Star Trek? He just wrote other things.
I'm sure his name has shown up on a background plate or something somewhere.
Must
so
have.
I don't think
has
we've
he
ever seen a
cameoed in
USS
movie?
Roddenberry.
I feel like at least during one of the Star Trek movies, he would have cameoed.
I don't think Star Trek ever references itself in universe, so I don't think this fictional
I'm not
show
s-
exists.
Well,
I'm not saying
other
he shows up
than
in
one time.
What do you mean one time?
When Zephyr and Cochrane in First Contact is all, oh, you're all astronauts on some kind of Star Trek.
Oh,
Oh, that's no different than when Picard said booby trap, and then they said booby trap
Right.
another time in the episode.
right. That's a title drop.
Oh yeah.
Technically, in all the ships, you have the dedication plates, and all the people there are crew. So I guess they have a lot of names from like crew members there in the back.
Yeah, I just realized we've been talking more about the idea of Star Trek than I've completely lost where we are in the episode.
Yeah.
We're stuck
yeah.
on the planet.
In Star Trek Beyond, they use a Beastie Boys song, and the Beastie Boys also have a song that's about Kirk and Spock, or at least mentions them. So is that song canon in Star Trek, or did they just not make that song?
The temporal time directive.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's all I got.
I mean, that's all you got to say for the most part. Temporal Prime Directive, and that answers everything. That's what everyone
Time
in
Squad,
Voyager does. Just say Temporal Prime Directive.
Time Squad would like to know your location.
Yeah, where is the Time Squad? Why would they have detected this like they did with the Tribbles?
The great
Don't
triple
they?
hunt.
They show up at the end, but why don't they come in
Yeah.
now? Seeing as how Cisco accidentally leads to the death of a historical figure. That's
I
like
don't
if
think-
Picard actually.
This is just the
They
I
don't
don't
seem to
think
interfere
TNG
directly
era.
very much.
They hadn't
It's
invented
more-
that bureau yet.
It's better than whatever the Enterprise was doing to the Mintakans the other day.
Oh, I just realized something. Earlier, Bob, the idea of historical figures going back in time, and time travelers going back in time and accidentally replacing historical figures. Does that mean that the TV show about where Sir Patrick Stewart played Lenin? Does that mean that actually happened?
It means it
Good
could.
one.
I mean, it could happen, which means Lenin was actually French. No one knew.
It's not disproving anything. It's just opening the door for it. It could happen.
Yeah, it's the dumbest thing I could think of.
Okay, so the Bell Riots are the first week of September 2024. Everyone mark your calendars.
Oh no!
We'll see what's going on. First week of September 2024.
You know, I
That's
was
the
already.
next election.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's true.
That's
I was already
Oh, no.
disappointed in 2015 when we didn't have hoverboards. So
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to do that again.
But this time, if it doesn't happen, you don't have to be disappointed. You can be happy that we maybe don't have sanctuary cities. If this
I'm not
going to
get into context for it, but like that is the week of the election in 2024. Do you think that was an intentional choice for the date?
It's not the election. September is too early. The
Yeah.
election's in November.
But we
I
would
just
be
had
building
the-
up quite significantly to the election, having debates and stuff.
Oh yeah, I
definitely
mean
brain
it's
farted on the
election
month.
season for sure, but it's not the election
Yeah.
is in November.
They don't bring up the election in this episode, though.
That would be kind of something. At least something enjoyable to see. It's like campaign posters, even if they're faded. Although that's not something you see anymore, which I'm a bit disappointed about. You don't see like big campaign posters.
I'd be willing to bet people in the Sanctuary District aren't allowed to vote.
Maybe. Also, have you noticed everyone's wearing brown? I mean, I know it's supposed to show that they have no money, but does that mean people only wear brown? Like that's the only clothing fabric that they make?
I mean,
It might
hey,
be government provided clothing.
I wear a lot of brown. Brown's a good color.
Why does he have two zippers? That's like in Back to the Future where we find out people have two ties in the future.
Oh yeah. That didn't catch on, did it?
Wait, what did... What did that form say? I thought it said like president's admission form. Is that like the presidential fitness test where it doesn't have anything
It's
to do with
not-
the president? It just says it.
Maybe the sanctuary districts are the result of some presidential order, so the name kind of stuck around.
Any thoughts, DB?
I know in so right off the bat, you get no argument that for me that mental health is way underfunded and underappreciated. Definitely true. The end.
Yeah.
With that.
Do you ever
That
call
about
them
sums it
dimmies?
up.
Yeah.
It's like people are trying, but there's only so much you can do.
Yeah.
If you don't have the
I mean,
resources.
it's also kind of it's a money sink, and as much as I hate it, at least economically, I can understand why it happens because in the hospital that I worked for the past year, we have like a certain group of people that take up like at least half of the treatment of patients that come in. And it's because we see them like once a week or once a month, like over and over and over again, because they come in, they have symptoms, like we stabilize them, and then like we set them up with services, even long-term services, and then they walk out because they're there voluntarily, right? And they're feeling better, so they leave, and then they come back, and then the cycle starts over and over again. So the only thing that we could do for them would be to force them to go into some kind of inpatient treatment, but there's like a lot of civil liberty arguments with that, and that's a slippery slope and a sticky argument
Okay.
to get into. So a lot of places kind of err on the side of freedom, for lack of a better word, of letting them like make that choice for themselves, even though we know that they need help. So but
Yeah,
unless
that
you
is-
but unless you want like hundreds and thousands of people locked in mental institutions screaming that they're fine and they want to get out, even though medical people are telling them that they need to be there, but they're screaming that they're fine, like that's a powder keg waiting to happen also.
No kidding.
And that's what like hospitals and everyone wants to avoid.
Yeesh.
So, side note from the last scene, they were talking about how, like, where are we supposed to say? Just anywhere. The buildings are there for you to use. That is a terrible system. Surely they should have, like, assigned rooms or assigned housing.
Well,
I don't know if anyone
the
would
way
follow
it-
those rules, but they should try.
Well, the way it looks like, because they have the cards and have sections of the city pretty walled off, it looks like there was a big welfare reform and then it was quickly abandoned. Like there was big plans of fixing the system, then it was just quickly scrapped, which I'm thinking maybe one administration was trying to help and then it just quickly got voted out.
Yeah.
Out of sight, out of mind.
I mean, the episode is about the failure of bureaucracy.
I thought it was the failure of lack of compassion when you just look at numbers.
There's
it could
that
be
scene
both.
later on where the rich dude is talking about how basically all these poor people brought it on themselves. They could have tried harder. It's like,
Listen, all right. If you didn't want this to happen, you shouldn't have been poor. All right, that was your decision.
Yeah.
Oh well, that's kind of what happens too, and that's kind of like the cycle that I was talking about. Because even if you have a brand new, let's say, housing project like built for people and assigned rooms and assigned social workers and everything, the people who are going to be like living in those environments are going to be those people in the cycle. Like I said, they're they're addicted to substances or they have mental illnesses that we can't do long-term treatment with them. So you have basically those type of dysfunctional people living in your environment, and that's going to be the outcome. You're going to get a shit outcome, unfortunately.
Mm.
And like, there's no way around that, because like you said, a lot of these people are mentally ill. A lot of them are addicted to substances, and they're the people who are going to be living in those projects. It's yeah.
There's no easy, good solution.
There's no easy good solution, and at least as far as 2020, Bashir is wrong. Like there's no like cure, to use his word, for depression or schizophrenia or bipolar or any of that stuff now. The only thing we do as psychologists and psychiatrists is manage it and treat it.
Well, maybe Dr. Bashir's comment was like Dr. McCoy in Star Trek 4. It was like, dialysis, can't they cure that these days? And he just gives her a pill. She grows a new
Yeah.
kidney.
Well, he doesn't say there's a
misunderstanding the-
cure. I think he's implying that there is a treatment available, which is true. It's not going to be perfect, of course, because people can go off their meds, etc. But
Well, he said there was a
not wrong
cure.
that there's a treatment.
Yeah.
They could cure that man today.
He said that person could lead a relatively normal life, I think is what he said.
No, I think he said this person could be cured today if they gave a damn.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Now, are they saying that because like there's a cure available, or if they just put money towards medicine, they would have a cure by now?
Yeah, it might mean that in a more
I'm guessing,
general
like,
sense.
because they were writing this in 94, 95, they thought there'd be a cure at this time.
Yeah, that's what they meant. I'm not giving
Okay.
Bashir much shit about that, but I'm just saying.
No, it is a weird thing to say, because
Well-
you're right, those things are not cured by a pill.
But
Right.
Prozac was new at the time, right? I think this was an era where people were pretty upbeat about curing depression.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
If there's anything, and I'm glad whoever said that, like the pills are not the cure.
Right.
Like so many people think that that's the case, and that's not the case. The pill
Right.
is only there for you to get well enough to do the actual psychological work to get you better.
Symptom
not-
management.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you for a bit, but it looks like I think they're just about to start trying to go back in time to find them. Oh, they're not. Ah, damn it! I wanted to see them pop up in the '60s.
That's a nice little bus
Yeah.
model that guy has.
I mean, I live in New York, so we've had a homeless situation for a long time, but I've just heard like LA and the California situation is pretty out of control, and obviously most of the homeless population is the mentally ill. And I saw this one thing; it kind of made me angry. It was from a libertarian website or YouTube channel, and this guy had built a shed for homeless people for like $1,400 or $1,600, and it
Oh,
had
right.
an address outside and everything, so you could receive mail. And they parked them under a highway overpass where the homeless people would sleep anyway. And the city of LA seized them all and destroyed them all
Okay.
because it would violate all the zoning ordinances. And like this one veteran was building them by himself, and it was providing a great solution to a serious problem. Like to get your stuff rated is like no fun, and going to a shelter is like no fun. So giving them, I mean, obviously, if you don't accept mental health, that's also up to you. But like we do have a housing problem, in our country, and it's like this in some districts of LA for sure.
Yeah. Yeah,
Even
there are a lot-
when when they went to in Voyager with the 1996 episode or 99 episode with Henry Starling, they showed a good deal of the poverty on the streets also. Pretty intense.
Captain Braxton being extremely
there-
highly educated man and just completely doesn't work in the current system.
Yeah, there's a lot going on with that too, because something similar happened in San Francisco in the Bay Area, where there are a lot of homeless people in this one area, and people thought that it was fine and it was a solution, but there wasn't infrastructure for them. So these people were like literally shitting in the reservoir that fed like the entire like county.
Oh.
And
Okay.
like the lot, like yeah, they were like, and they would, do repairs and stuff and dump oil, like, and all of this stuff in the reservoir that was literally people's drinking water.
Oh,
And
this is a nice desperate man right here, and he's just a nice friendly man, and he's just turning completely desperate in the situation, holding a knife to people.
yeah, and I'm not saying that you're wrong, and I'm not saying that there isn't a housing crisis, because San Francisco is freaking ridiculous and how much like it costs to live there. But like zoning isn't a useless concept anyway. I think things have to be done right.
I mean,
Otherwise,
it probably was in violation of zoning ordinance by a lot, but I don't know.
There's something I am wondering though, and it's another aesthetic choice. Is they're wearing a lot of layers of clothing.
It's cold.
But I know, but it's when you think of California, you're not exactly focusing on the temperature.
yeah,
I mean-
San Francisco is cold
It's very,
a lot.
yeah, but it's like the end of August. I don't know how the weather is there, but
Yeah,
it's
San
usually
Francisco.
like really.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I used to live in the Bay Area. That's how I know San Francisco is really cold and climby a lot of the time.
Yeah,
the-
traveled-
Right now, I have a shirt, I have a sweater, and I have a blanket wrapped around me. Because I'm in California, and it's just cold here.
did
You
make,
surfers.
One time I traveled out west to go on vacation in a couple of the national parks, and my departed from San Francisco, and my flight landed there on a morning in August, and it was 50 degrees.
Only 50? It's like, hang on, what is the temperature today, actually? Hang on.
Yeah, the areas in the Bay Area, but outside of San Francisco, they're a lot warmer than San Francisco itself is.
Okay, it's currently 54 with a low of 40. Where I am.
Can you translate for European to centigrade? What is 15?
Offhand, it's like 7 centigrade.
Oh yeah, that's chilly.
It's not freezing, but it's definitely cold.
They did make a point to have Cisco like warming his hands while they were talking and walking down the street, so they're definitely playing up the cold here.
When they were first in that office building, that sanctuary district office or whatever, and they were looking at the calendar, it said it was 17 degrees Celsius. At least at that time they were there.
17 Celsius, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a little chilly.
Maybe it's during the day.
62,
Yeah,
63
then later-
Fahrenheit.
Later they showed 15 when Cisco was looking at the digital clock, which is far from being having so many.
Wait, hold it. Did he just say Christchurch?
Yep.
Oh dear.
See, here's all the...
Wait, Neo Trotskyists.
Yeah, don't worry. And the Gaullists. So yeah, here's the massive discrepancy between the poverty and the sanctuary. Also, he's wearing eyeliner there, but that's neither here nor
So
there.
it is David Bowie.
The massive discrepancy between the poor that are stuck in the sanctuary district and the rich people who completely don't even understand that there's a problem going on. They're just content to live as they are.
And that guy is never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down.
But will he ever turn around and hurt you?
Never.
Never. Oh, good. People are being randomly stopped on the street and asked for their papers. Good.
And the other rich lady hadn't even heard of a sanctuary district, I think. Or no, she said they're still doing that?
So I guess that implies that in the rest of the world things are, I guess, slightly better. I'm surprised there's not more people fleeing to Canada.
Hey, Canada has high standards.
Also, Jitsi is acting like she just learned about the sanctuary cities, even though we saw her on a computer earlier. Did she not look up like what was going on?
Now, she had to spend like an hour just to learn how the system works.
Yeah.
The 400-year-old system.
Spent
Yeah,
2 minutes
yeah.
saying hello computer to the mouse.
Jetzia's like, damn Yahoo News.
No, it's 2020. It's she was trying to use the new. What's the new Internet Explorer called?
Edge.
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 It's
Edge
a
is actually
future
supposed
where
to be pretty
Google
good, though.
will know how to use Edge.
Even Jedzia is trying to download Chrome off of Edge.
I mean,
Hey now. I don't use Edge personally, but Edge, my understanding is it's actually a pretty good browser, unlike Internet Explorer.
Yeah, because 90% of it is Chromium.
Yeah, this is not a negative statement about it. I have just given it the chance yet.
I actually had at work to use it, and I hate to say it about Microsoft stuff, but it's not bad actually.
Microsoft Edge is pretty good. Microsoft Defender is a perfectly competent
oh
antivirus.
come on, you're a train officer. Yeah, there we go.
Don't forget, Bashir is genetically enhanced. He can take these guys.
He can lift one of them up. Oh, look, there he is. There's Bell.
Gabriel
but it's-
Bell.
The Bashir would probably be good with defense because he has like the superior hand-eye coordination, but I think he's still weak physically anyway.
I'm just thinking of that baseball episode where Cisco's like, they're stronger and faster than any one of us, except for our genetically enhanced doctor. And Mr. Worf.
Wait, no. Oh, no. Damn it.
Gabriel.
This is before everyone knows that Bashir's enhanced, though, so he's he's holding back.
Yeah,
Could
there's
be
no
all
way
that,
the writers
yeah.
have even decided on that plot point.
Yeah, no, he's just a weird nerd at this point.
Oh, God. They accidentally killed Bell.
Julian, I think that I don't know much about medicine, but that seems like an entirely inappropriate thing to do for a stab wound.
Yeah.
He got
don't do
stabbed.
CPR.
He wasn't choked. What the hell's going on here?
That just seems like you're pumping blood out of the man's body at that point.
Yep.
Like, they touched him like 2 seconds and then he just started running.
Maybe we can get one of those Doctors Reacts channels to weigh in.
Nah.
I've got
Doctor,
opinions.
Dr.
Get
Mike.
Dr. Mike.
Anyway. But wait a second. Shouldn't the time cops arrive now after seeing a blip? I feel like this would be a blip moment of Alexander Bell getting stabbed.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
It's still correcting itself, yeah. They don't come in till later and they notice that the picture changed.
No, they don't show up ever in this episode.
No, they show up at the end, I think. Wait, no.
No,
Yeah.
It's the
they
end of the
don't
next
even
one.
No, they
exist until
mentioned
Trials
them
and
at the end.
Tribulations.
At least
They
they talk
mentioned
about.
them.
No, they talk about temporal investigations at the end of.
Yeah,
the
they said they're gonna have a
episode.
field day with this when they show them the
Yeah.
history and they show his picture.
Okay.
They also drop like a Kirk
So we
meme,
don't
yeah.
see them yet, but yeah.
In Trials and Tribulations, what was the number they gave? There was like 17 separate violations by James Kirk.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
I feel like that point, the Federation should be funding the Time Bureau a lot more than they should Section 29 or whatever the hell it's called.
31.
31.
31 doesn't
yeah.
get funding, though. They're purely autonomous.
But they have to get they have to get resources from somewhere.
Probably to steal it.
They steal it from the Federation.
The greater good.
I have a feeling it operates by Sloan having a bunch of loyalists in really high positions that just let things go missing off of reports, and he doesn't actually pay for anything. He's just a really good spy.
You think he was like a Kirk-esque captain before he was recruited? Sloan, I mean. Because that seems to be like a huge problem with Starfleet, is that the only captains that are actually known as being good are the ones that take risks like Kirk, or even sometimes Picard, or Sisko.
I think that Sloan would have been the kind of captain that Lorca was pre-reveal.
Alright.
Like right on the edge, but still within the rules.
Well, we know they recruit... Section 31 does recruit Starfleet officers, so they don't just go from civilian to Section 31. Because they recruit Julian, and they recruit Malcolm Reed. Though Malcolm Reed might have been in it before Starfleet, it's not clear.
Wait, terraformation things on Venus? They still haven't terraformed it yet? Wow.
Terraformed what?
They said he couldn't detect the terraformation station on Venus. So that means by the time the show started, they're still trying to tame Venus.
Yeah. Is there anything
mean-
even on Venus we want? Do we
It's a little
care?
toast- It's a little
Just
toasty.
gas, just a lot of, I assume, just natural resources. It is a rocky planet, right? It just has a really thick atmosphere.
Yeah, and it has like
Yeah,
Probably gonna mine it out. I don't know.
it is very similar to Earth in a lot of ways, but obviously the atmosphere makes it completely inhospitable.
yeah.
All right.
So I imagine once they discovered warp technology, it was easier just to find another planet that worked than bother terraforming Venus most of the time.
Oh,
So
yeah,
them not
terraforming
getting
is
around to it
cool,
until the 24th century sounds like it makes sense to me.
Also, the ship they're just talking about how they were able to survive the changing of time where humanity just died out. You think that the Time Bureau would have something like that prepared in case something like this happened?
Some
After
kind
all
of
the goddamn-
chronoton shielding, they might say.
Exactly. But no, it's an accident that there's survived, but there's no Time Bureau.
Yeah,
Not
Venus
even the
being
future
inhospitable is a little bit of an understatement because last time we sent a lander to Venus, it just melted.
Oh, really?
It just melted on the surface.
Yeah,
I think
it
we got
was-
like a minute and a half of recording. Yeah.
Yeah, we got some pictures from it, but we got some useful data.
I think the
Briefly.
only one that actually survived was a Russian lander.
Oh yeah, the U.S. didn't
And it
get
didn't-
a successful thing.
Yeah,
Russian
That was
did.
in
it
the
didn't survive
70s.
very long.
Survived is a very loose term, but yeah.
It survived long enough.
So, so this guy here, this doctor, he's the one organizing everything. What happens to him? I can't remember.
The regular dude, not Julian or Cisco.
Yeah, the regular guy, because he's like planning all this.
I mean, do you want me to spoil it? Because I can tell you what happens to him.
I remember I've watched this all before, but I just forgot what happened. I know
gets
how it
shot.
ends. But, all right.
Yeah,
I
dude
think
dies.
that might be for the best, but seeing as how he's seen the horrors of the things, I feel like he's just one radical book away from becoming a full-blown revolutionary.
And he seems
He's
like
a martyr character.
He's a
One of
really
the guards
nice
shoots
regular
him.
guy. He's the Miles O'Brien of the Sanctuary District.
Wait, how did
He's
they
just
get
a
the
regular
judge out there?
everyman, and he has to suffer in the end.
Oh God!
It's the
It's
Bell
happening.
Riots. First week of September 2024.
You know, oh dear.
Oh, and now the Sanctuary residents have a shotgun. At least one shotgun, probably a lot more. Interesting that all the guards walk around with shotguns instead of handguns like they do now. I mean, they have, like, shotguns and rifles and stuff in the backs of their cars and stuff. They usually walk around in the open with them.
You know, wait, is this the first time that a Starfleet officer's held an actual weapon, like a gun?
No, Kirk's shot a gun, I believe.
Also, I don't
How
know
about
if the
outside of
movie
Kirk?
First Contact came before this.
I mean, Kirk held a Tommy gun in that episode, Piece of the Action.
And Picard
Okay,
did in
now this
First
guy.
Contact. They love Tommy guns.
Just shoot him at this point.
That guy kind of looks like he should play Casey Jones.
I agree.
What type of accent does he have?
Vaguely American? No, I don't know where that accent's from.
It kind of sounds like he's suppressing a Boston accent.
I mean, they're in San Francisco, so one assumes that's supposed to be a San Francisco accent. But I don't know anyone that talks like that.
Are you in San Francisco?
No, but I've been there quite a few times, and they all have the same accents as where I actually do live.
Oh, I've
What's
been calling him Alexander Bell.
Alexander.
Alexander Graham
Bell.
Bell, the inventor of the telegram? Or we're going to do a real quick countdown, just long enough for people to actually load the next episode. Just a quick 30-second countdown. Also, what's the name of the dude with the hat?
I don't think they've said it yet.
Well,
Yeah.
his name is in this show is BC. The actor's name is Frank Military.
BC, okay. Yeah,
Frank
Military.
Military.
That's quite a name, but I'm just looking up where he's from.
That was an awesome name.
Anyone read Jennifer Government? That's what it sounds like.
Or the
Alright. Hang on,
Or the
press
f-
play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play. Yeah.
Philadelphia police chief with the last name Outlaw.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't skip the recap, don't skip the intro. Just keep going. Just so we can stay synchronized.
You know. So I wonder what made them decide to have Cisco and Bashir go back in time. Why those two? I understand Cisco, but why did they bring Bashir? Why not anyone else?
So we could comment on the mental health stuff.
Yeah,
nice.
he needed someone to ask questions for the audience.
All right.
And
Because the
having
other-
a doctor.
Now, the only other idea I could have if they had O'Brien, they could double down on talking about the class issue.
I feel like O'Brien would
Or,
be able
you
to
know-
start talking about one of his ancestors that's got some experience here. That would have been
Oh,
a
yeah,
lot of
what-
world building.
Yeah, what is it? One of his ancestors part of a union, and he got murdered for it?
Yeah.
Or if they had the Kira would be an alien trying to understand, what the hell's going on here. Maybe
I think
comparing
the
it to the occupation.
I think Bashir is a really curious character who's really removed from all of this stuff, so he's the right kind of naive to serve as the guy who asks all of these obvious questions so that Cisco can exposition dump on us.
All right.
He's exactly as dumb as he needs to be for this.
It would have been interesting to see Miles in this episode, though. Well, we
That would
just
have been nice.
in this, situation.
But
How
they
does
could
he
have
respond
used
to it?
they could have used any alien for that also, and they could have asked these questions. Could you imagine like Odo being in this situation and people making fun of his like physical disability, what they would perceive
Deform-
as that? Yeah.
I don't see anything about where Frank Military was born, where he's from.
I'm gonna guess the same place.
But I don't understand why they don't just knock out this guy, because he's more problems than he's worth.
He's kind of the kingpin right now.
I know, but I feel like they're working under prison rules, which is if you beat him up, I'm pretty sure that makes you in charge.
Yeah,
I think
do what
they
Kid
ne-
Rock says.
I think they need him there because he's the only one that's familiar with the timeline, so they just have to play along. Because
Oh,
without
God.
this guy, they have no idea what's going on. They also need someone to cause problems later.
Alright, I'm giving up on Frank Military. I can't find any info about him.
Is this the only thing he's done?
No, he's done a whole bunch of stuff. I just can't find any information on where he was born. He was in, honestly, I've already forgotten. I was just looking at it. Something about Los Angeles. It might have been NCIS Los Angeles. It might have been... It was some sort of law or cop show. CSI Los
He was
Angeles, maybe?
Trying to sound like a future bad guy. Like, you know how in The Fifth Element, the bad guy just has that haircut? He's just trying to be-
Oh, he's an executive producer on a whole bunch of stuff.
No kidding.
Executive
'Cause you're
producer
right,
NCIS Los Angeles, co-executive
his
producer of
accent-
Twin Rivers.
It's very difficult to place, but I think like they're trying to avoid making it explicitly Southern or Boston.
I'm sorry, I can't go over the fact he's got 2 zippers.
He really
Well-
wants to make sure that shirt doesn't go anywhere.
I mean, maybe it's so you can take out that little middle strip. You can completely remove it. That way the jacket doesn't close all the way. Don't worry about it, that's why.
Or just have
I'm
this
surprised-
really awkward strip hanging down the middle for some reason.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, it's like security uniform. There might be like he might open that up to put like an armor plate in there, and he just doesn't have any because it's very clearly loose. It might be pockets.
It also kind of looks like the zipper goes down his legs, too.
It does. It looks from what I see, it stops around the crotch area.
So maybe
I
it
don't know if
has
anyone-
double zipper, so that when you... Because it's a one-piece jumpsuit, it doesn't have a flap in the back. So you need to unzip it to let it, like, split down the middle so you can go to the bathroom more better in it.
It's like a onesie, a
It-
tactical
it-
onesie.
I mean, it is a onesie, but yeah, that's exactly
I mean,
what it is.
We don't know much about fashion outside of the districts, but what we do see is it's weird. Fashion's weird in the slightly distant future.
But what kind of socks do they wear in 2024?
I feel like
we do
they-
know.
Mm.
Sorry,
No, you say your thing.
we do know that in 2015 they have double ties. If you believe Back to the Future, so maybe it's the same fashion. You know,
Well, we saw people with ties. I think they just stopped wearing ties. Because
I mean, ties
I
are
don't think I
awful.
saw a tie. I don't think I
Ties
saw a
are
tie
awful.
during the whole scene, the rich people scene. But there was the feather in the back of the hair, which confuses me a bit because that's more of a 20s thing.
Or
Are
is
they
it
trying? Maybe they're trying to imply just like a sort of resurgence of the 20s style in 2020.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. The Roaring Twenties come back.
Oh boy, I can't wait for the return of Art Deco, the Charleston,
Bring back the
economic-
flappers. Bring
the
back
flappers, and economic depression.
We are well on our way to at least one of those.
Yeah, the Charleston.
Oh yeah, Art Deco. Let me have this, all right.
So someone dug up an interview with Frank Military where it's 48 minutes long, so I'm not going to be able to watch it right now.
No, sorry. I went to some random timestamp, and he talks there, and he sounds exactly the same as in the episode.
Okay, I'll have to look at that later, see if I can find... Maybe he talks about where he's from.
You think any of them was only like 5 days away from retirement? I'm sorry, but every time I see that console, it looks like a Nintendo device.
I'm trying to read the posters in the background, but all I can make out is your food rations.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I was wondering that too, but I can't read anything. I can't even read their badges.
This is why we
Really
need a
need
remaster,
it.
so we can see all the writing on all the posters in the background.
Yeah, I
agree.
can't.
4K DS9.
Yeah.
I would love it.
Amazing.
Now,
We are
Yeah,
getting
here's what I'm
4K Lord of the Rings in, what is it, 2 days?
Oh, great. I already have the Blu-rays.
I
Well, now
haven't
you can
seen-
get more Blu-rays.
I've actually never seen Lord of the Rings.
Neither have
Well,
I.
you
I was about to
disgust me.
say. I was about to say unpopular opinion. I've never seen Lord of the Rings.
That's
Well,
not a popular. That's a unpopular fact.
Yeah.
I mean, they're coming out in
Oh.
4K in like 2 or 3 days. You can watch it for the first time in 4K.
Now, do you think this is the worst time travel adventure a Starfleet crew has ever been on?
Oh, directed by Jonathan Frakes.
Hey,
Riker,
anyone
get
do-
out of here.
does anyone do the Riker maneuver?
I mean, I don't do it, but I also don't own a stool.
No, I mean, does anyone in the episode do it? Because
Oh.
ever since I've noticed it, I can't stop seeing it. It doesn't matter what chair; he always like swings his leg over it.
I mean, he's like 8 feet tall. That's the only way he can get onto chairs.
There was a story that he had an injury, and this is the reason he did that, or something. I don't remember.
Yeah, he hurt it. He has a bad back, so he like swings his leg over chairs, In pretty much every scene, he's always leaning on something, or he has his leg up on Data's console. He's always just trying to take pressure off his back in every scene he's in. If you watch the way he walks, he leans to one side and like one arm is just kind of dangling there.
Yeah, I always thought that was just a pimp walk until I learned that it was actually his back.
Yeah,
I
he's
mean,
just-
if it was a pimp walk, it is Riker, so you know.
I think the
it's
story
well
is it was
disguised.
from a furniture moving job he had.
Mm.
Riker made it a pimp walk.
He pulls it off, but yeah, it's not. Oh, here's her crochet sweater again. Her crochet vest.
What's the point of that? I know it's supposed to be a stylistic choice, but
It's not going to keep you warm.
it just looks ridiculous.
I don't know. I think she pulls it off.
Oh, so this is when they go to the 60s. Great.
Yes.
Yeah, she fits right in.
Yeah, terrorists going to the era of peace and the summer of love. This
Yeah.
should be
No,
great.
this is the 20s.
Oh wait,
She's
damn it.
a freedom
Yeah.
fighter.
You know, with this being a transporter related like disaster film or whatever, it's a bad idea to let your transporter chief like off the ship.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, why is
That's
he
not a-
here?
That is
That's
an
not-
interesting choice.
Yeah.
Another question. One, why is O'Brien here? Two, why are O'Brien and Kira here? Do you need two people for this?
Kira's for security.
It's probably buddy system, and is the only other person on the ship Odo, because he would stick out way more.
No, they had a female human lieutenant earlier.
Yeah,
They
they're
have
all
a full
defiant.
crew.
They have a crew of like
They've got
30
a
or
full
something.
crew going on there, but I feel
Yeah.
like they're probably like don't know enough.
I mean, you say Odo wouldn't stick out because he can change shape, but what's he gonna do? Is he gonna like be someone's bicycle for the episode? He can't
He
take
can be a
humanoid
dog.
form.
He did that with Quark and
He
Area
could be a
51.
dog. But actually, do we ever see any animals in the Sanctuary District?
I don't. I mean, maybe they don't want them like to bring disease, but I'm sure someone could smuggle one in.
This isn't during Odo is a solid. Odo is still a shapeshifter. He won't be a solid
Yeah.
until after, I
Alright.
think, the season 3 finale or season 4 maybe.
I think I figure it out. But the voice, I think he's from Chicago.
I'll take your word for it because I don't actually know anyone from Chicago.
Yeah, I'll
I-
take Chicago. That sounds fine.
Also, I'm a bit disappointed he didn't say he wanted to go to Tahiti.
Not Tasmania, man. They got Tasmanian devils there. Or they used to. Are they extinct or like endangered? What's going on with Tasmanian devils?
There's like 5 left.
Critically
it's-
endangered. Okay, so I guess Singapore's doing fine.
I feel like everywhere's doing fine.
The one thing I do really like about this episode is that the transition from a post-scarcity to a post-scarcity economy is going to be fucking tough. Like it's going to be awful and really bloody and really
Yeah.
terrible.
That's why they skipped it with the whole World War III thing. Just cut to the chase.
According
I
to
think-
the Turner Classic Movie site, Frank Military was born in New York City. Doesn't say where he grew up, though.
He doesn't sound like New York.
Well, New York's got a lot of your boroughs.
And now I hear the Long Island accent.
I have family up there.
Is something wrong with me? But anyway.
So no one else sees Kid Rock in this guy? I don't know.
No,
I totally see Kid Rock.
I see Casey Jones.
Maybe like after an acid trip, I'd see him, but no.
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Also, his name's Michael Webb. Does he invent the internet?
Yes, exactly. That's why it's called the World Wide Web.
I call it the interweb.
Well, you're wrong.
I'm always right, 100% of the time.
Oh, okay, never mind then. Yeah, see, Vin, this is the problem. You can't just dismiss everyone in the Sanctuary District as a bunch of losers. And maybe DB specifically. I don't know about DB.
No, it's. I think that's true. You definitely can't. You can't also say that they're all like Michael Webb or whatever that guy's name is,
Yeah.
because that's not true either.
I mean, in the beginning of the first part, they did specifically say there are basically 3 types of people. Regular people who just got out of a bad situation, bad luck. People who are mentally ill and can't live a normal life because they're not getting any kind of help or treatment.
And
just completely antisocial, violent maniacs like DB here.
Yeah.
Or you mean BC?
BC, is that his name? Oh, right, you're
Yeah.
DB. You're not a
Oh,
violent
Sanford.
maniac.
I was gonna
assume.
say, what did I do?
No, it's fine. You can be a violent maniac if you want. That's fine.
I like
BC.
how the one guy says, check your email, buddy, as though email was still a thing.
I mean, it's only 2024.
I mean, yeah, but there would be no slang phrase of check your email. Nobody would say that in 2024. Nobody would say that in 2020.
Wait, who did he say that to?
Nobody would have said that in 2010. To BC.
Because I don't think BC has email, because he's stuck in a sanctuary district.
He said it to Cisco.
Oh,
And I don't think Cisco has email either, because he's in a sanctuary district.
Yeah, he probably has no idea what the guy was talking about.
Cisco is still on GeoCities and ICQ.
Does he have a LinkedIn profile?
Huh. I can't. I think my stream froze a long time ago, and I can't log on to YouTube.
Oh.
As long as the stream
Well,
is
that's
still
okay.
going on your end.
You're going to YouTube through us.
Cool.
All you're losing access to is the chat.
I can't miss the chat.
That
I
chat.
think,
That chat's pretty cool. I like the chat.
I feel like this could all be solved. At least his anger can be solved if he just took up a hobby. Maybe stamp collecting.
Maybe he could have, like that Jem'Hadar holodeck thing that Odo tried. Just get a holodeck simulation of people to murder. Get all your aggression out there. That worked so well for the Jem'Hadar.
Awful.
Maybe
decision.
maybe just get him a violent video game. Let you take care of it.
Okay, there is.
I was going to comment something about the doctor using a gun, but honestly, he uses a gun all the time. That's perfectly normal for him.
I was going to say he was very comfortable grabbing that thing.
No, this is a good YouTube chat. It's not. I mean, I've seen some YouTube chats, but most of the people who leave the really, really awful YouTube comments aren't the kind of people to tune into a live stream. So that's fine. That works itself out. Speaking of stupid YouTube comments, there was one comment, actually a lot, but one in particular that I read today. Someone was like, on an intake video, someone was like, this is an outtake, not an intake. It's like, yeah, it's just a title. I know it's an outtake. That's the point.
Is that even a troll? My God.
No, I think the person was just an idiot.
Oh, well.
I mean, that happens too. Yeah.
It's like, yes, I'm aware of the fact that it's an outtake. I made it.
Let's see. Maybe it's just Firefox that's screwing up my YouTube.
Have you tried Microsoft
where's
Edge?
this gun?
Uh,
I mean, occasionally I do have to switch over to Microsoft Edge because Chrome messes up. Site won't load as you want it.
Chrome is perfectly fine.
Not all the time. Yeah, unfortunately, everyone in the Sanctuary District, other than the workers who has some kind of illness, exactly zero treatment. If you're hyperglycemic, you just gotta deal with it. If you're in the Sanctuary. Just try to not be sick. What's the problem? Yeah, complaining in the last episode about how real some of the problems people were having are. Yeah, it's kind of still going on. It's a good actress, though. Honestly, she's better than Bashir. Or Sadiq.
What about that kid?
Nothing ever changes. So how many people here are telling themselves that right now? Everyone raise your hand.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to raise my hand, not since 1946.
Okay.
Like, yeah, that's kind of how it works.
No, Cisco, his name is DB. We established this.
No.
Do you think the only reason that guard is so stubborn about why these guys are all horrible is that he doubled down on this new administration? He can't bring himself to admit he's wrong. Like, I feel like he's the type of person who burnt the bridge with his kids because they supported someone else.
What do you mean you don't? I think it's a nice hat.
Oh, no.
Once again, Cisco yelling at everyone. It's a good compilation.
I mean,
Cisco yells
doesn't
at
he do
everyone.
that every episode?
Oh yeah, he loves yelling.
Now,
He's really great at yelling,
Cisco-
and he's really great at angry whispering.
Now, is this before or after we found out Avery Brooks is crazy?
I would love to see
Make
a
a super
supercut
jowls jiggling.
Eccentric is the word.
and just angry whispers. Yeah,
I mean,
I recently
you say
watched,
he's eccentric,
Yeah.
but I maintain eccentric is just the word that we use. It's the polite word. I'm gonna try that again. Eccentric, I
Angry
maintain, is just the polite word we use for crazy people that we like.
Or that have
I
money.
gotta, yeah.
Because
I
I
recently
like Avery
watched,
Brooks, but I'm pretty
yeah.
sure the dude's crazy.
Yeah, I recently saw the documentary about the show because it's on YouTube now for free, just with ads. And they said that when he talks, like in normal conversation, it's like talking to a jazz man because he talks sort of in scat. And it shows that in the interview when he's talking, it sounds less like an actual person, more like what you think a stereotypical jazz singer talks like.
Someone in the comments a while ago when we were talking about this before described him as the avatar of jazz.
Yeah, I could see that.
You see, he's angry now, but he'll unleash his ultimate power when he loses the hair and gets the goatee.
Here's the
Oh,
scene
here we
wanted.
are.
Oh man, look at that window in the background. Look at that flashing. You're gonna blind whoever's in that room.
It's a disco ball.
But it's so bright. You're gonna actually hurt people's eyes with that.
Kira looks so confused.
That's the.
Is that Avery Brooks?
I'm sorry, but I love her look. It looks like she's completely horrified.
But what's O'Brien doing with his face?
He looks more concerned.
Oh,
No,
McMuffins.
Here's the question. No, I think it's egg sandwiches. Did they get,
Yeah.
did they get 10,000 people McDonald's egg sandwiches?
Probably.
Son.
He's here to witness your tragic death.
For my son, for all our sons.
You can also tell it's the 90s because of the haircut.
Wait, where did... Well, I guess he might have went to the clinic. Oh yeah, he just specified. Thank you, Bashir.
Oh,
For
so he
answering
just
my
found
question.
that lying around. Okay, great.
So they have at least one clinic in the sanctuary, so that's good.
Yeah, with one doctor on staff.
You know, a good way to tell everyone's morality is just imagining the situation in the 60s, at least the current episode. Like that guy in the back, yeah, he would be, he's like super racist. But you know, you can't be racist in 2020, so he's just extremely classist.
Who, Chris... Who are we talking about? Chris Brenner? Or...
The guy in the angry guard. That's all I can remember him.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
Anger Guard, yeah.
Vin. That's his name.
Vin?
Vin. Vin the Ghostbuster. I mean,
And
Vin
what,
doesn't
and
seem
go to
racist at
prison?
least, so that's good.
Oh. Yeah.
Does Cisco
Yeah.
know the specifics of what Gabriel Bell negotiated for? Or is
Yeah.
he
He
just
did
guessing?
just spout it off the top of his head to Bashir, so it looks like he's studied this at least somewhat on his own.
I mean, we find out in later seasons he knows a lot. He tries to study a lot about Black histories, and seeing as how
Yep.
Bell's ethnicity probably looked deep into him.
Yeah, like all they want in this episode is to shut down the Sanctuary District and unleash, I'm guessing, tens of thousands of like mentally ill people like out into the world and instate a federal law.
I was
That's
watching that
kinda-
actually.
They want to
like, just
restore the
kinda-
federal employment thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they called it an act, so I would imagine it's some kind of law.
Yeah.
I think
so they
I think it's the law that says, you know, to help people find jobs and whatnot. Which I'm trying to figure out why they took that down. Maybe they're going off on Margaret Thatcher economics.
I mean,
Yeah,
we've had
well-
massive federal employment programs before, and they worked out
Well-
pretty well.
Wait
I've
a
heard-
second.
And part of like the difficulty with that is that
That's the Negus.
no,
No, that's not him.
No,
That's
That is
Clint
not Tanegas,
Howard.
but I know
That's
him. I
Clint
just can't
Howard,
remember
who first appeared in Star Trek in the original series as the kid flying the giant
As the
sphere
horrifying
spaceship.
baby.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, thank you. That was it. I'm sorry. Wrong short guy.
like you can.
Clint Howard does play Ferengi on occasion, though.
It's like the difficulty with that, I think, is that you can have people in the sanctuary city who are living poor and, you know, getting all of this or the food assistance, but like the lack of housing and all that, and like not working, or you can have a federal employment act or whatever to where everyone has a job and everyone is working like 40 hours a week and still poor because you still can't like afford anything. because you can't just create money.
What do you
I
mean?
mean,
Just print more.
That's generally the
So,
situation that we're living in now too. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the situation we're living in right now. It's and like
Yeah,
given and like
and
work especially with, I'm sorry to interrupt, but working with like mentally ill people and things like that, and people in that type of situation, they would rather not work and be poor than
All right.
be than like work and still be poor.
I just want to draw attention to that man's name being Biddle Coleridge. Biddle.
Can we also talk about the fact that he acts completely normal the moment he sees the pretty girl?
He's trying to put on his best.
Yeah. Also, they talked about how Bell got onto the system, but they don't know how, so they're going to use Jadzia. So that brings up the question: how did Bell get to the internet?
I think we're meant to believe that Bell wasn't actually anything, and that the whole situation unfolded exactly this way originally.
Well, that can't. Well, the entire timeline's like got wiped back at the ship. So if things are proceeding the way they should be, shouldn't it all still be there? AKA
That's a
the
fair
time
point.
the hero shows up.
That is a fair point.
Which I think brings up the another idea. Maybe the rich guy that found Jadzia is the one that snuck into the city out of curiosity or something.
Possibly.
There's no one else around, is she? Is there? Bashir's not
No,
just saying that to
I think they're
everyone?
around the corner.
Yeah, they're like in a
I think they're in that
cubicle.
they're in
Yeah,
that
right.
office where they got admitted originally at the beginning of the episode.
Oh yeah, that screen in the background. You're right. This is the lady's office.
Also, I just realized he's wearing a hoodie underneath a vest.
Oh, he is.
And then he's got another hoodie in front of
That's mid 21st century fashion. Don't you know anything?
Yeah, that's
Cold
what I'm wearing
outside,
right
man.
now.
No, it does remind me of the first contact clothing also. Like when they beam down in civilian clothes.
Yeah,
It's
but
got to be
that
like
was that was after nuclear apocalypse.
yeah. But I mean, basically, like if you remember from Encounter Farpoint, like this is humanity's worst time. Like
Yeah.
there's no
Yeah.
worse time we'll ever go through than this century.
Also, I don't know why,
So-
but this is looking like a '90s cop show right now.
Oh, hey, Howard.
Oh, hi, Mark.
This man also appears in Discovery. In the
And-
first season, at the end of the first season.
I like
Klingon
this
bar
man.
guy, yeah.
I'd vote for him.
He plays a Ferengi in Enterprise as well.
Oh, yeah, he's the one. Yeah, I remember him now.
On the thing of mental illness, I can understand why certain segment of the population would be reluctant to put more money into it because already it's such a huge bloated infrastructure and a bureaucracy. And I remember all these new initiatives, right? Certainly in California, but like I live in New York, so it's like I know that the city has put in $1 billion into additional mental health funding, and yet like when you see in the news like the pandemic has caused the homeless to like live on like in the streets now that you shut down the subways, for example, at night for cleaning, and so all the problems come up to the surface, and you barely make a dent in it, despite putting in like extra hundreds of millions of billions of dollars to it.
And
So
then some people
it's
were
really
being-
hard to like.
Go ahead.
That's all. I mean, it's really hard.
Yeah, and from
Some
the
people were
worker
being arrested
perspective-
for being outside and violating lockdown orders, even though they were homeless and didn't have a place to be because everything was shut. It's like, where are they supposed
Yeah.
to go?
To a sanctuary district.
And one of the issues was that like every mental health facility that I am aware of are always running lean. They're always running understaffed, and their staff is always underpaid as it is right now.
That has been established to be happening in the show as well. Everyone they've run into at the warning, like, oh, the guards just got their budget cut. No one's in a good mood. So at least similar things are happening here.
Yeah. So
Are you saying
wanna-
we saw all the current crises coming 30 years ago? That can't be.
No,
What are you
I'm
saying?
would have
that
done
it's
something about
reacts
it in
in
that
patterns?
case.
I'm saying that nothing's changed in 30 years.
We would have done something
Ah.
about it if we saw all this coming.
Gotten
Back
worse.
in my day, we didn't have to worry about none of this. We had bigger problems.
Well,
Dinosaurs and
let's
Dick
say-
Cheney.
Learned that in 1995, administration repealed a federal law that required cities and states to rebuild public housing on a 1-to-1 ratio. And like, in other words, you could easily tear down public housing and build like mixed housing on top of it now. So
Also, that meant
you know,
we're
like
divest.
it's
Go ahead. That's all I had to say.
so no, it is very
Like, but that's
appropriate.
the I think the issue with that is that all of the worst projects, and I use that word specifically, were built under certain circumstances, right? To house people who are looking for a better job. And like, what are they now? Like we've thrown money at that type of issue in the past, and these projects
Falling
are now
apart.
the worst. Oh yeah, they're the worst places to live, and no one would want to live there. It's
Yeah.
like I'm not saying I have all the answers, and I'm not trying to be like negative and everything on the stream, but just throwing money at the issue is not a solution.
No, it's definitely not. You've seen how much gets squandered. Like a lot of times, even it regularly comes up. A lot of these job force or homeless sheltering service agencies, they're complete frauds. Like they just give you like a job for 2 months and then they kick you back out. So it's like they're taking a contract from the city for getting you an employment, but they're just doing their perfunctory mission. It's pretty terrible. Like how we can't control costs and provide adequate services.
And that's why I think what frustrates me about this episode, frustrate is a strong word, but why I have thoughts about this episode is because not everyone in the sanctuary districts are like Webb. And I know they mentioned that everyone is not like that, but in a way, in their kind of moral message of this episode, they're treating it that way. And like the devil that's in the details is dealing with like who is a dim, to use the Star Trek word, and who is like Webb, and who is like BC, and who's like just a sociopath or whatever, and figuring out what to do with all of those different people and differentiating them.
Wait, did you just call him DB?
Did I say DB? I meant BC.
You said
Okay.
BT.
Okay.
Oh. Maybe I'm just
Yeah.
substituting it in my head when other
Wait,
people say
hold
it.
it.
Yeah. Like
What's
that's
that?
Quad cycle's prohibited. What is a quad cycle?
I guess a bicycle with 4 wheels?
The pedestrian zone. 4-wheelers excluded. It's a rich neighborhood. This is like in RoboCop. Just before
Yeah.
the guy gets his house blown up.
Hang on, are
Alright.
Polk and California real streets in San Francisco that intersect? Let me look that up, see if that's a thing.
I mean, I can understand Poke because Manifest Destiny. But you ever hear a street being named after the state you live in?
It's probably
Yeah.
in a real hip
Yes, actually.
Yeah.
district.
yeah,
There's a street right next to mine that's called California, and I'm in California.
yeah. I've driven down a lot of Texas and Florida and Missouri streets.
Right there, that's the most implausible thing in this episode. That there's a soccer fan in the U.S.
Okay, now they're getting along over baseball.
So-
You know,
Star
yeah.
Trek, America doesn't live up to its 300th birthday. I don't know when it falls.
You
also,
mean the Federation?
they're
The
still
Federation
talking
was
about
like
baseball.
over 1,000 years old.
United States of America.
Oh, the United States.
Also, something I just realized. So they're still talking about baseball, but isn't it by the time when we the hologram, the episode with the people pretending to be like magical fantasies, like the baseball player? Didn't he say like people stop playing baseball, like his was the last game?
Yeah.
But humanity collapses like 10 years from now, right?
Something like
So does
that.
that mean within the 10 years, baseball just goes extinct?
Honestly, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too.
Everyone's fine with that.
Please
Honestly,
take football and basketball with you.
all you'd have to do is take out like
No.
the U.S. and Japan, and I don't think any of the other countries really care about baseball.
Oh God, this is the Alamo now.
The Indiana Jones moment. The
Is
fedora.
there baseball in Japan? Is that a thing?
Japan
Yes.
really likes
yeah.
baseball for some reason.
Yeah.
It's because Americana.
Cuba.
Yeah, it's the Americana thing, I think. Yeah.
All right, so they're all preparing to die. This is now the Alamo. Does that
It's
make?
raining in Tasmania. Wow.
So this is
I'm
the
pretty
Alamo.
sure that's what.
Mm.
Who was
So
that guy in Waco, Texas? Cult family. That,
Don't know.
Oh, David
raining-
Koresh.
yeah, so it's like Koresh's last words. Raining in
So-
Tasmania right now.
Wait, are there guns with silencers in a raid?
They're literally pew pew guns.
They are pew pews.
Oh no, they got Davy Crockett.
Oh, there he goes. So I found the intersection of Polk and California and San Francisco. On that intersection, there's a Chase Bank, a thrift store, a floral design studio, and a tobacco shop.
I think there's yeah.
So that is a real place. So we know exactly where they beamed in.
We were only obeying orders.
It's right next to a highway. There's also a bunch of takeout restaurants. 22nd Street. Okay, now where's 22nd Street?
That's down near the Castro. Or not far from it.
I mean, 22nd Street's probably actually really long, so that's probably not going to narrow it down at all. It's probably going to run through the whole city.
Oh no, not Vim.
Okay, so it looks like 22nd Street isn't actually that long. It's mostly residential, and it's near the bay.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
it's probably that street they're walking down with all the people.
22nd Street, if you know San Francisco Bay, there's like the mainland, and then there's the two bits that stick up on the edge and make it like a narrow entrance to the bay. They're right on the they're near the tip of the southern like peninsula.
You know what? There's a lot of dead people on the ground. This is too depressing. Can we get them just to sing "Do You Hear the People Sing"? There you go. Yeah, get a big French flag. It's fine.
Yeah, it is like Children of Men.
Administrative headquarters. A
Look how
district. Hey,
filthy
at least
that
they got to
sign
a good
is.
district.
Couldn't even clean the sign. So they're just
I
going to
like-
be two random people who are unaccounted for?
Maybe the real Gabriel Bell is still riding on the street.
Yeah, they did take his card. Or at least, I think it was it BC that took his card?
BC took his food card, Cisco took his ID.
I thought it was showing how bleak the situation was because after a man dies, you want his
Wait.
like food card.
Yeah.
That's like a World War II truck. What the hell? Am I the one who noticed that?
It's true.
Just reuse
Paramount
and hold
must have
military
told me,
surplus.
Are you,
like 190-year-old stuff.
I was gonna show him the historical record.
That's a
They're
pretty
probably
nice
filming
mug.
something else like World War II era, and they just borrowed the military tank thing.
So it looks like Cisco does not have a sling, even though he got shot in the arm.
It's the
Whereas-
future. They got future medicine in them.
No, but while Captain Picard in the last episode got shot in the chest and he had a sling on his arm.
Well, no, he was doing that just to keep up appearances, appear mortal.
Yeah, but
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
No, I guess they don't actually mention temporal investigations after all.
Wait, what? What did he just ask?
How did they let things get so bad?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah,
I
no,
pro- well, I'd like to take this time to announce my candidacy for president. I promise. I guarantee that all female clothing will have functional pockets. No more of
Ooh,
those
that's a
fake
good
pockets.
platform.
Of course.
that is a strong platform.
Of course, it's a strong platform. I believe strongly in the rights of humanity, which is, of course, parking meters will be now much longer. Because, come on. We all get holed up. There should be a little break.
Do you imagine if Cisco, when he was back in the 21st century, like just picked up some baseball cards or something, some memorabilia?
they're mint condition.
Maybe he saved the bullet.
Oh
All
yeah.
right, so the next episode is going to be life support, 1 minute timer.
All right. So life support. What's the plot of this one?
Life
Oh,
support
this
is
is
about
the sad
Vedic Barile getting kicked off the show.
Dying, thank God.
I don't
Very
know what you have against
slowly.
Vedic Barile.
He's so boring, and I don't think he's acted very well.
Yeah,
Is
the
it just
actor's
because he
not
talks
great.
monotone? Because on behalf of all monotone people, I find that deeply offensive.
No, I just don't think the actor's very good.
Well, there's great actors that have a monotone voice, like what is it, like something Stein? What's his name?
Ben Stein.
Ben Stein. He has a very
Hugo
monotone
Weaving.
voice. Yeah,
Hugo Weaving does a pretty good job with a monotone.
exactly. And they
Yeah.
are great actors. All right.
We're gonna get a lot of Kai win in this episode as well.
No.
Hang on,
I
press play in
love-
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play.
Love Kai Wen.
Does the presence of Kai Wim trouble you, my child?
Look, all right. I've been many things in my life, and as a holy man, I say she sucks at her job.
It sounds like you need to
This-
get in touch with your pa.
Is this the episode where Kai Wen tells Meiji Kira that she's gonna F her up if she keeps messing with her?
Maybe.
Why, she's
that's-
cute.
That happened already. That was the collaborator.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I just watched this clip very recently. Why did I watch this clip?
Maybe it's to show you how tall Jake is. Like, he's freakishly tall compared to her.
Was I making some compilation that uses a line she said? What? Why did I
There's-
watch this?
What's with the fish tank behind Jake? Explain that.
Maybe it's sushi.
No, there's no outtake here. There's no blooper reel for Deep Space Nine, except that really, really low quality one on YouTube.
They're also using forced perspective here. Or
I
it
know,
feels
so
like it anyway.
It does, but it just makes him feel like a goddamn beanpole. Oh,
I'm not sure they are, because isn't Cyril Lofton just actually really tall?
Yeah, he is.
so why is O'Brien coming with? What's going on?
He's 6'3".
He needs to repair it. I don't know.
A loose plasma coil. How many times have they used that excuse for something?
Maybe I was just reminding myself what the episode life support was.
You know, another question I got about these shows is, what's making the steam? What do they have that makes steam like that on a space shuttle?
Clearly, the loose plasma coils make steam.
Yeah, the plasma coils.
Oh,
We
no,
established
when?
Medic to the Vedic.
Oh,
Medic to the
Barile-
medic.
Vedic Barile's having some issues, yeah. He doesn't seem to have a chest anymore, which is a bit of an issue.
You know, it's just hit me, but Odo kind of looks like a Who from like the Jim Carrey Grinch movie.
Yeah, a little bit.
Kinda.
You know, a very malnourished Who.
In the Who's, there's another race that looks kind of like the Who's. The people who live in Space Scotland.
Space
TNG.
Scotland.
Space Scotland. I don't know the name of the colony. It's Space Scotland.
Oh,
From
the
the
one
episode
with
Sub Rosa.
the one with the ghost.
Yeah, with the one with the ghost.
The very exciting the Beverly's space ghost boyfriend.
Yeah, I think it's like the magistrate or the mayor of the town. He looks kind of like a Who.
Mm. Oh God, what? Why did you remind me of that episode?
Okay, I don't have a close up of him, but I'm talking about this guy on stream.
On stream.
He has like the,
Rosa.
he has like the two spikes of
yeah.
hair sticking up.
Alright.
He does look very Susian.
Oh, Caldo's colony. That's what it's called.
It's Scotland. It is Space Scotland.
It is.
How many times have they visited a planet and it's just space insert country here? Because there was the first season they went to the Space Zulus. They said they're Space Scotland. There was the Space Reservation.
There's Space Chicago. Or Space.
Yeah.
Space Russia.
We met the people of Space Ireland.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, the original series, Space Germany.
Yeah.
Dun-dun.
Space Germany was specifically a Federation member turning it into Space Germany. It wasn't an independently developed Space Germany.
Which means that's the most Space Germany you could possibly get.
Dun-dun. Oh,
but one of the videos I want to make is a defense of Sub Rosa. Try to point out everything good in it. Try and convince people that it's actually okay. In other words, I want to make a video where I'm lying for about 10 minutes.
Should be a commercial for like genealogy or ancestry.com.
When I was going through the episode, because I made like half the video and I just kind of dropped it. But I did find a lot of actual really nice little environmental details in the episode.
Okay.
Which episode was that?
Sub Rosa with the Space Ghost in Space Scotland.
Why don't they wear those, by the way? The doctors.
So you can't see the blood, in case you mess up.
Yeah, but why is the head like flat like that?
Don't worry about it, that's why.
You have to honor the oath of nunnery.
If they're working on a Vulcan patient, do they put on green outfits like this?
I have no idea, but another thing came to mind. I'm not connected. I don't, go into the whole fan whatchamacallit. So I got a question. They said that the ship may have been sabotaged. Is there anyone that thinks that Wynn sabotaged it?
Honestly, I wouldn't put it past her. She did blow up a school that one time.
Yep. And she slept with Goldacott. Spoiler alert.
Yeah. He was just a simple man of the land, a Bajoran.
Yeah. He plows the land.
He did a lot more than just the land.
She made Rustai with Goldukat.
Too soon.
Speaking of Dukat, besides Dukat and I guess Gunnar, whatever his name is, so far, what's your favorite Cardassian?
I mean, Goldukat's a pretty great Cardassian. I mean, he's evil. But just most entertaining to watch him might just be Goldukat.
I know, that's why I'm excluding him, because most people will pick him or Garrick.
Everyone picks...
Yeah, besides those three, I have a clear answer, and it's the last Cardassian legate in the last episode, because he's such a kiss ass to the Dominion.
Oh,
that
guy.
My favorite is I don't remember, but I know who you're talking about. My favorite's always been the filing clerk who wanted to show the horrors of Cardassia.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Is it Legate Broca? Broca, I think is his name.
Yeah. I also really like the Cardassian from the episode Chain of Command when Jellicoe is in command of the ship. Just because the Cardassian that shows up, not the one who's torturing Picard, the one who's on the Enterprise doing the negotiating, he has a really good, creepy, evil smile.
That's true.
No love for Damar?
No, we excluding Damar because that's like an obvious one. Because
Damar's
Okay,
too
three
okay.
good.
Yeah,
All right, that's fair.
yeah.
Regular everyday Cardassians.
Because let's face it. If most people say Ducat, and if you exclude him, they'll say Garrett, and if you exclude him, they'll say Damar. So you have to exclude all three.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, the negotiator from Chain of Command, he was memorable.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't really tell right now. How many lights are there in the? How many lights are there? I can't remember.
There was
What about the first Cardassian?
quite a few. I mean, the
Right,
first
that was-
Cardassian was also just Gul Dukat.
But that was.
But not Gul Dukat, so technically a different Cardassian.
It is Gul Dukat in spirit.
It's
It is
Gul
the
Dukat
spirit of Dukat.
with sideburns. Gul Dukat with sideburns.
That was
a
when
weird
the whole
element, yeah.
Cardassian Bajoran thing was different until they settled down on it's the Jews and everyone else.
What was first Gul Dukat's name though?
The first Gul
Golmaset.
Dukat's name.
No, not
I think you
Golmaset.
remember that.
Is it
It
Golmaset?
sounds like Marmoset.
I remember. I just remember Picard saying something Golmaset in a very dramatic way.
All right, well, let me see. I'll look it up, and then I'll click on the actor and see who. All right, Mark Allen. But is it? But no, that was when he was the Mongoose Man.
Oh yeah, I found it. Golmaset was a Cardassian officer, captain of the Galor-class ship Traeger.
No wonder he's so good at being slimy. He was a Romulan.
Yeah, he was the first Romulan in TNG.
Hang on, I just remembered the most moral Cardassian there was. The father when Kira was turned into a Cardassian. The father there.
Yeah.
He was a rebel.
And he was. I want to say Leggett Parn, but I don't think that's right. No,
There's
he's
a
not
lot
Leggett
of-
Parn.
What about the Garrett's dad? What was his name?
What's his?
Garrett.
An
That's
Aubrentane.
an Aubrentane.
An Aubrentane was pretty cool. I like an Auburn. Don't worry. Eventually, we'll get to actually watching the episode. Eventually, we'll say
no.
anything that has to do with the episode.
This was Bashir's idea. I forgot this was Bashir's idea. What a terrible idea.
Well,
What was the idea
they're
again?
bringing
I
him
wasn't
to
watching.
life.
So Kira was just like, wait, his brain has had no oxygen for 40 minutes. And Bashir just goes, oh no, but he's been in stasis. We can totally do this. Even though he's been dead for 40 minutes.
I mean, if he's in
At
stasis,
least he's
maybe
coming
that-
back. Now I forget. Are they going to do the thing in this episode where he awakes and he says there's nothing
That's not till the end.
and he has a crisis? Alright. Because that is a real crisis of faith. Especially since we know the wormhole aliens are wormhole aliens.
Oh yeah, it happens. You get to watch that very slowly.
Chekeni Gamor. Yeah, that was
is
the
like a
name of
Halloween
Kira's fake dad, Cardassian.
Oh yeah,
dad.
Gamor.
Yeah.
Chekeni Gamor.
There's a lot of great Cardassians.
She is so against this. She's like, this is a bad idea.
Isn't he like replacing parts of Barial's brain with cybernetics or something?
Yeah, he starts throwing in like positronic brain parts, and he spends the whole episode just slowly getting organs replaced. What's the Theseus ship thing? What's
Yeah,
that?
this is what I was talking about. Like, it might have been last stream or the stream before. It was like, I would be totally fine with getting my brain replaced if it's done Ship of Theseus style. If and only if.
My dream
Like
has
that.
always been to live long enough for them to just put my brain in a computer. I want to play Tetris for the rest of eternity.
But
you
I'm
can do
just
that
not
now.
convinced that would be the same person if you just do that wholesale.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah, he
want a
gets the Ship
little
of
bit at a
Theseus.
time.
I
Do
really
the
like
Bajorans even
when-
have an afterlife that they believe in?
I think they go to the temple, which is the wormhole. So I'm not sure.
They do have like a literal heaven and hell.
That
But
nobody
I don't
wants to
know
go
if you
to.
go
Paul
there.
Rave.
Yeah.
God. I love how it's obvious that when you talk to them, the Paul Raves and the prophets, they're very obviously an alien species and they don't know what the hell's going on.
They just like to play God.
They don't even know what God is. Freaking, they don't even know what time is. Well, the Paul Raves are just scheming down there.
Bajorans are like, do our gods wait for us after death? And they're just sitting there like, what do you mean after?
What do you mean death?
You've been here the whole time.
And
You-
not here.
You exist on Bajor.
You are of Bajor.
Like, that's not helpful. That's not answering our questions.
We gave you space.
Oh, that's all we're
Calm
gonna
down.
say.
Yeah, where's Nog? I need some Nog.
Just another reminder, Aaron Eisenberg right here is like 26. He is definitely not a child. That is a full-grown man playing a child.
Nog, stop gambling. You know you're not good at it.
Oh, who does he have a date with? Does he have a date with Nerys? She doesn't have a boyfriend anymore. Nog, I don't
What-
like
what-
the way you're fondling your ear there.
Yeah, that has connotations.
Who's Leanne? Oh, right, she
girl he
was
was
that chick
talking
from
to.
this. Yeah, I forgot about her. No, Nog, you can't.
Oh, I was confused. Thanks. Yeah.
Expert negotiator.
Is this how it works
Nog,
in
stop.
Ferengi culture? Don't you just buy
Just
your
made
wife?
that sale.
Since when do Ferengi date?
In Ferengi culture, dating, like pregnancy, is a rental.
Yeah, you enter into a standard marriage contract, Quark says.
Maybe.
He's looking for like a non-Ferengi female too. Isn't that like especially unusual?
Maybe he
Oh.
got it from his dad.
Vedic Boreal's facial acting here is already changing quite a lot. He's emoting in different ways.
It's a very good progression. Like you really feel the change throughout the episode. He does a very good job of this. It's unfortunate this was his last episode.
Well, not his last episode.
Does
Technically.
he come back as a ghost or something?
He comes back as the
No.
Mirror Universe Boreal.
Oh, right. The Mirror Universe.
Yeah, and he's so much better as the Mirror Universe Boreal. It makes me wonder if he was just badly directed most of the time.
Although, I gotta say, the whole Mirror Universe, I am a bit disappointed what they did with Odo. Because he's just basically exactly the same.
That's
Everyone
true.
else gets... Everyone else gets... I
like
know,
that.
but everyone else gets to sort of, in a way, overact and be something that's close but not the same. Odo,
Yeah.
he's always the same. He is a constant.
Oh, O'Brien
Odo
is kind of
gets
the
to
same too.
Odo also gets to explode in the Mirror Universe, which is fun.
I think Odo he behaves exactly the same in the Mirror Universe, but the difference is we actually get to see him like go as far as he wants to go. So he's just like blatantly telling the guards to execute people.
That is
Yeah.
something that we hear about, like in the at least especially in the first season, about how he doesn't care about civil rights. He just
Odo is
wants to
clearly
order.
just a fascist.
Yes.
He was a collaborator.
Yeah.
he
No matter what
absolutely
Kira
was.
says.
Here's a question.
Yeah.
Is an overacting Vulcan still overacting?
I think if a Vulcan even shows the hint of emotion, that is like overacting to the extreme.
Well, then you're thinking of basically just T'Pol. Are we considering T'Pol to be overacting?
Well, hang on. There was a whole episode of Enterprise where they met a cult of Vulcans that embraced their emotions, and they were like all going crazy over food in the mess hall.
You know what?
I mean, I wouldn't say going
I
crazy, but
was
they were
wrong.
enjoying it.
It's not a hint of emotion. An overacting Vulcan is a Romulan.
Well, if they're overacting the cynical negative side of themselves, I suppose.
Yeah, a lot of
I'm
anger.
just imagining the Romulan that shows up in later seasons with the whole spy thing, and he just yells, "It's a fake!"
Oh yeah.
Also, by the way, this is some like horrifying, life-altering medical procedure going on here, but we
Well,
don't really care
those
about
happens
that.
every day in Star Trek.
This is a very serious moment, but we're not going to say anything about that.
Well, if it was happening to someone who was interesting, we'd probably care. But
Don't ask me about none of that. I lost my medical license.
I think whatever you think of Vedic Borel, I think his actor is actually pretty good.
Is
And
it
I-
the same guy that he revived, or because he looks a lot younger?
What do you mean?
That's just the
revived?
Vaseline on the lens.
I mean, it's definitely the same guy.
Well, he didn't turn out to be Frankenstein.
I feel he's sort of acting less like he's being replaced with robotic parts, but more like he's being pumped with enough meth to kill an elephant.
Is that a medical device on his head or a hat?
It's a brain yarmulke.
It's part of his new brain. He's got like a quarter positronic brain now. He just kind of replaced a lobe.
So, did they get the positronic brain from Data, or was that just something they scrounged around afterwards?
At this point, Bashir has met Data before and expressed a previous interest, so it wouldn't be out of character for him to just kind of throw something together.
That's true.
I have to believe that there's some
But-
kind of positronic implant that they've created, Starfleet anyway, because they do work on replacement organs. It's probably not as advanced as Data's stuff, though.
Probably called more
thought that-
liquidators.
I thought that positronic brains were unique to Dr. Soong's work.
Well, yeah, but
in
after he died, they kind of went like vultures and tried to grab as much as they could.
Picard mentions
They're also-
that Riker's kid could have been saved by a developed positronic technology, but it was
that
banned
was
because
going
of
to
the
be my
AI
next
stuff.
question. Yeah.
That's like 20 years from now. 25.
Yeah,
Meaning
I
the
guess it was
technology
just too
exists
far
somewhere.
ahead.
They definitely have androids. They have android brains in some capacity. Just the exact method that they work and how advanced they are.
Also, somehow in Picard, they featured the return of profanity.
You mean? What do you mean? Well, it's always been here.
I know, but if you look at
No,
here
that's-
or in Next Generation, like the most you hear is Picard swearing in French. But like, when you get to Picard, you see people like swearing heavily.
So
So I guess something happened along the way that got the return of people just swearing every other sentence.
in the video that I put out, I limited myself to only the stronger type swears, or what I would consider the stronger swears. But if we're counting like all the mild ones, there's like 600 or something.
Yeah.
But
There's a
they're all
lot.
mild. They're all mild, though.
Yeah, the thing about the new Star Treks is that you can't really have kids in the room watching them.
Meh.
I mean, you can. That's just a American puritanical thing. Kids understand swear words. You can tell them it's not really nice to say that around other people. You can explain to kids that you shouldn't really use those kinds of words if you're not like in polite company.
If we're talking about things kids should not be watching in Star Trek, I could think of a few stronger things I wouldn't want a kid to watch.
Yeah, like an exploding head.
Yeah,
the
like
eyeball.
in TNG, the exploding head, or in Picard, his eye, or what was his name?
Oh,
Icheb.
The
Icheb.
board
Oh,
Icheb.
God.
Icheb's eye getting ripped out. Yeah, that was pretty.
That was not. Yeah, a lot of.
I
people
liked the
actually
scene.
really-
I actually liked the scene, but not family friendly.
Alright.
It helps
Yeah,
that it's not like on a prime time slot either. Like you can choose when to watch this because it's mostly streaming now, so there's a little bit more of leeway there. From the
Yeah, they're not being censored by the FCC anymore because they're on their own platform.
That's a big difference.
You didn't know they were Vulcans on Vulcan?
No, God damn it, Nog, you're being sexist. At least that changes under Nog.
Nog's being sexist, but Leanne's also just kind of being an idiot. She didn't know there were people. What do you mean, Leanne?
I think it was. God damn, I'm confusing. What's goddamn it? what's Nog's dad?
Rom.
Rom. There you go. So Rom becomes Grand Negus.
Yep.
Big surprise.
Yeah.
And everything's changed socially, but he also used to be a labor union and then quoted Marx. Do you think that carried on over later down the line when he got older?
In what way?
It's really funny.
I don't know. Do you think Rom eventually became too communist for the Ferengi Federation?
The entire Ferengi Alliance might have gone full communist, but also they seem very changeable. Like as soon as Grand Gazek instituted any kind of reform, everyone just went along with it.
Well, yeah, he has absolute power. It wasn't until his power was limited with Rom taking over.
What race is Nog kid? Is she another Boslik?
There's so many species, I don't know.
She looked like a Boslik.
Jake, if you're bringing some guy along on a date, you have to be responsible for the kind of behavior he's going to show.
Also, you probably should have expected, since, he's Quark's nephew.
Jake should have seen this coming from across the horizon.
Yeah, see, look how tall Cyril Lofton is. He's leaning down a lot, and he's still like 2 heads higher than Aaron Eisenberg here. He's a tall man.
That or Nog short.
Both.
I mean
can
both.
be true.
Yeah, I'm
Because
not sure
Aaron
how tall he
Eisenberg
is
is a
there.
26-year-old man playing a child, so he is kind of short. But
Yeah, I'm not sure how tall Sirach Lofton is there, but right now he's 6'3", so he's a tall guy.
I think he's the same height as Cisco by the time they get to the light ship episode.
Oh yeah.
he's a big boy now. They grow up so fast.
Oh, see, here you go. Barile just said that there is an armistice between Bajor and Cardassia, but not a peace.
That makes sense.
Okay.
I feel like at this point he should just be writing this down instead of talking, because it looks like it's too painful to talk.
Yeah, or don't they have like hollow recordings of the negotiations? Maybe not.
And he says, "Cut out my food for me." Ferengi women are supposed to chew up their food for their males.
He's trying to be understanding because she's not a Ferengi. She's a... Honestly, I don't know what she was.
Boslik, I think.
That's Nog's attempt at being, not sexist.
Can we just have I don't know, some sort of cut of Kira fulfilling the promise of just launching Win out the airlock? That'd be great.
Yeah, that would be good too. There's a lot of that.
You know what? I think by the final season, I feel more sorry for Dukat than anyone else, because he had to sleep with her.
We do see Kai Wynn die, so that's something.
Yeah, but that
doesn't feel like enough.
Yeah,
she didn't suffer enough before her death.
Literally falls into fire. Yeah,
she literally takes over as religious leader of Bajor. That is the equivalent of the most horrible character in your show being elected president. It doesn't matter what happens afterwards. The fact that happened is painful enough.
I like Kai Wynn as a character. She reminds me of Palpatine almost. She's just ridiculously evil.
No, but with Palpatine, he at least looks more compassionate. With her, it always sounds so fake. With Palpatine, it's like
she's pretty camp, and she is too.
I mean, it's funny you bring up Palpatine, because as soon as they finished the surgery, I was going to say, he's more machine now than man.
Twisted and evil.
You look at the...
I was just recent. Yeah, taking it. I was just recently watching the earlier episodes, and there was a point where Kai Wynn starts working with like the civil government leader or something on Bajor, and they literally have like a 10-minute segment where the two of them just plot to take over the entire government, and they do like a full zoom out, and it looks like Palpatine standing in front of Vader, and it's really, really unsettling. She's evil.
I love democracy. I love the Republic.
I have become Bajor.
She said, I love Bajor. I love the prophets.
Kai
am
Wynn
Bajor.
will bring peace, justice, and security to her new Bajor.
Your new Bajor.
I will create a grand army of the Federation.
What if who here seen the documentary about Deep Space Nine that they made?
It's on my list. Yeah.
I was a part of the thing they talk about, making a pilot for a bring back for it just for fun. And one of the things they talk about is secret Bajor secretly building a new army out of converted Jem'Hadar.
Yeah.
And
The Grand Militia of Bajor.
the grand army of Bajor. And like the footage, like quote unquote, the idea they have instead is Kira in charge of the project because she's now religious leader in the future.
Bashir was using a medical tricorder earlier, and you look back at the DS9 and TNG episodes where they're showing all the tricorders, and you notice a difference in the technology between then in real life and now in real life, because blue LEDs were not developed until 1993. And so all the lights none of them are blue. And now it's the most annoying color that you can have on the inside of your computer case.
Interesting.
I always have a question. Why did none of the religious leaders of Bajor, since the wormhole was discovered, just go inside of it and try to talk to them? That's what the Nagas did.
Sacrilege,
Maybe they're all
I think.
phonies.
I mean, one of the original Vedic went through the wormhole, and that was fine. But
Episode 1 is that he's the emissary. So once you have a determined prophet, I don't think everyone can start going up the mountain.
So here's
and
an early instance of Bashir standing up to a major leader, like he'll do to Admiral Ross later on, just calling him out. It's pretty consistent about that.
oh, you're saying about blue LEDs? That sounds like a threat.
that is so ominous.
That looks more like neon to me.
Yeah, it's fluorescent.
Okay, is that like a chicken leg on
It's
that
Boston
plate?
Market.
He was acting like a Ferengi, Jake.
Yeah. Culturally.
And Ferengi are
insensitive
spoiled
human.
brats. That's what you have to take from this. Oh, I think Nog is actually going to bring up how he didn't even ask her to chew the food. I think he's actually going to use that as an excuse.
I like that they're calling Cisco on being super anti-Ferengi previously.
Yeah.
Quark calls him out on it. Jake calls him... Well, Jake's kind of calling him out on it.
Quark beats him with it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
You used to be a lot
Quark
worse
does
than
bring
the
up a good
Ferengi.
thing. The Ferengi are more capitalistic than any other society in the universe, but they've never had a war.
Well, they had battles.
Yes, they've had battles, but I don't think there's ever been fighting on Ferenginar itself. Like, there's been no fighting among the Ferengis on Ferenginar.
They
Like,
say
maybe-
they've never had slavery, but I don't think I believe them.
I think it's more of indenture. I think it's more like Roman slavery, where it's just because you didn't have enough money for a while.
Well,
Then you just worked it off.
they've never had enslaved Ferengi on Ferenginar.
But what about, literally every woman on Ferenginar?
They're not slaves, they're women on Ferenginar. And they're Ferengi.
That
I mean, they're not allowed to wear clothes or enter into economic transactions.
they're not
Or
allowed
leave
to
the
earn any
house.
profit. Or leave the house.
Oh no, I'm not saying that that's weird. I'm just saying that you can get
The
away.
Ferengi are
with,
making a semantic argument.
not having. Yes, exactly. That's what it is.
Also,
The Ferengi have never had Ferengi slaves.
I'm guessing maybe quickly they got that libertarian idea that every person is a consumer. So maybe the fastest way is to make sure there's no such thing as slavery. I'm not sure about a minimum wage, but there'd definitely be something like
Minimum wage on Ferenginar?
I don't think
be
they have a
ridiculous.
minimum wage
No.
because
No.
there's no
I doubt it.
protection. It is run by the free market.
That is a good
Ferengi
point, though. Like slaves don't have money to pay me with. So you can't have.
Yeah. Also, yeah, no money. They can't participate in the market.
We know that Moogie gets a stipend from Quark.
You know, and probably
He
just
sends
enough
her
to run
some
the
money.
house and whatnot.
Yeah.
She's not allowed to make profit.
So-
She's allowed to use money that's given to her by family, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah. What's the rule of acquisition about family again? Don't let them hold them back.
Uh,
It was like, what was
treat.
it?
I think
Treat
it's
people
like
in your
treat
debt like family, exploit them.
exactly.
Oh, let's see
Treat
here.
employees like family, exploit them.
Or people in your debt, I think it was.
Oh, there's also that episode of Voyager where they say exploitation begins at home.
Never allow. Oh, here it is. Never allow family to stand in the way of opportunity.
Yes.
Treat people in your debt like family. Exploit them.
Mm-hmm.
Wives die, brothers inherit. Or
wives serve, brothers
wives,
inherit.
Yeah, wives serve. Yeah.
Never have sex with the boss's sister. That's rule 112.
Also,
Never make fun of
more
Ferengi's
dramatic,
mother.
morally gray, ethical questions going on in the background here, but
There's more like race situations every time in the show.
wait, what?
No, but you know, Fennec.
I like how Odo's going along with this.
I remember going. I remember going to Gen Con and going to the Klingon jail there, where you pay to charity, and then they arrest you and put you in there, like at the Renfest.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
But anyway, do you think Odo just doesn't even want a reason to arrest someone? He just wants to throw someone in jail.
I like how he literally threw Nog into the jail.
Because that's all he wants to do. He just wants to throw a Ferengi in jail, be a Quark or his nephew.
If
Not
Nog
wrong.
actually issues a complaint, Odo's going to be in so much trouble. He is not allowed to just throw people in jail like that.
I mean, you can't fire Odo because then Bajor will get mad. He's kind of stuck there, which I think is great.
I mean, Starfleet does try to relieve him at least twice. Try to replace him.
But then the Bajor government keeps interfering.
Look at these face movements.
Why do the Bajorans like Odo so much?
Because he was
collaborator.
quote unquote unbiased in his rule of law.
When he was an actual collaborator.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say. I don't buy that.
For
I
reasons
think
you
it's
don't have to worry
because-
about.
I think it's because the Cardassians just always assume guilty, but he actually tried to make an attempt to figure out what went wrong,
Okay.
what happened.
Now,
By
how old is
comparison,
Odo?
okay.
Somewhat undone by the fact that we saw him literally standing over 3 people as they were executed on the promenade.
Early in his career, yeah.
His
And he was
golden
totally
years.
fine with it because he believed they were guilty.
Oh, something emotional happened.
Vedic Baral is having some serious issues with his new brain. All the sensations,
Alright.
like Kira's touching his hand, and it doesn't feel real to him. He doesn't feel like a real person.
Yeah, his emotions are like, I remember what it's supposed to feel like, but that's not what I feel. Yeah, that was the big sad for the episode. Before the
so-
final sad.
Okay, now I'm looking at Nog's shirt
Yeah.
vest thing. It's hideous.
He's got very
Nog.
high-waisted pants.
It's a backwards halter top.
Also, if you look, his what's that thing on the back of his head? I never know what it's called.
I
think they call it
the
like a
Ferengi
crest.
head thing is the technical term.
Or a headdress, yeah. It looks like it's bolted to the back of his prosthetic. How is that thing supposed to stay on in universe?
It's probably glued on to his head.
Yeah.
Or maybe
Yeah, but it looks
maybe
like
it's
rivets
just really
around the
tight.
edge.
But I think Jake's showing something nice. He doesn't see him as a Ferengi. He just sees him as a friend.
And he probably should start seeing him as a Ferengi, honestly.
One of the many great lessons of Star Trek, you have to judge people by their race and culture. Oh wait, no, that's not the message. Wait, hold on. a
I
second.
mean, if you want to say that again, we could go back to the space Zulus.
Can we judge Nog by his actions? Because his actions are not painting him in a good light here.
They're painting them in a good light on Ferenginar.
Sure, on Ferenginar. Yeah, see, he's trying to use the... He didn't ask her
Oh,
to
see,
chew
look,
it
they
as
talk
an
about.
excuse.
There we go.
Jake, you
Dude,
can't say
It's
that.
disgusting.
That's racist, Jake. Jeez.
I mean, they're also a very intolerant people. So is it tolerant to be intolerant of intolerance?
Yeah, Star Trek acts like it has this solved, but it doesn't have this solved at all.
They got it solved with humans, just not with
I don't know
other
what you're talking
species.
about. We're watching them solve it in real time right here. Look, they're solving it right now. Look at them go.
Yeah. They're just talking it out. That's all. That solves almost every problem. Just talk.
Yeah, just talking.
Yeah. Isn't this the action-packed Star Trek?
Eh. We'll get action in like season 6 and 7. We can wait.
Remember when Star Trek used to talk instead of shooting people and then kicking them off of ledges?
No, honestly.
They don't
No, they
go
love
to
kicking
lunch.
people off of ledges. I don't know what you're talking about.
I feel like Oda went out to lunch. Not even actual lunch. He's got like a little tablet watching them on the camera.
He's in his bucket.
Oh, there's a fat Ferengi.
Oh, a new Ferengi.
I think we've seen Fat Ferengi first or before.
Yeah, I think we were talking
You can't just
before
introduce
about
new
fat
characters
Klingons.
like this.
That guy had jowls though.
Yeah.
What are you drinking there, Julian? Is that
It's,
some Andoria or Romulus? What is that?
It's blue.
It's blue, so it's a real celebration.
Because if that's from Romulus, that's illegal.
Listen, it's a signing of a peace treaty. You're allowed to do it when you sign a peace treaty.
$5. It's Romulan ale, but Quark is saying it's special Vulcan liquid.
I mean,
We know-
technically, they're on Bajor, and it's a Bajoran station, so the embargo may not actually apply.
Yeah, hey, he's right.
And we do know that the station replicators can make Romulan ale because they make some for Vreenak.
Okay, so it's like getting a Cuban cigar at the Dubai embassy. Something. Okay.
Yeah, did Cisco not have to do something special for Vreenak's replicator?
Tongue sauce.
We didn't establish that he did anything special for the replicator, but he might have done it off
It's
screen.
funny. We didn't watch the Vreenak yeah, we did.
In that episode, we also find out it's a Romulan name, which is Kali Fall, apparently.
Cauliflower.
Real Cauliflower forcibly opens one's sinuses.
No.
Oh, are we making Vedic Boreal a full android now?
Kira, calm down. He was dead in the first 5 minutes of the episode.
Oh, that smile though.
What do you mean humanity? He doesn't have any humanity.
Majorinity doesn't really work.
I think it's a humanoid species. So I think humanity works.
Oh, strictly speaking, it doesn't.
Maybe for Kira, the universal translator makes it into something not speciest.
I mean, do we even know what native Bajoran sounds like?
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Kira
say it
talks
in
all
a
the
few
time.
episodes.
In Fascination, Kira was talking in native Bajoran at the festival.
Kai
I wasn't
Wen does it
listening. I don't know what any of the words were, but she was speaking in it.
Kai Wen does it in the fire caves also.
Oh, goddamn the fire caves.
Something
that's
something
ancient
close to Mojin.
That's seasons away.
You know, I like the Bajoran.
It's literally the last episode.
I like the Bajoran medical uniforms. The way like the blue is in the middle. I don't know. Kind of like that.
I think they're the nicest looking space pajamas that have come out of Star Trek.
So they're having the whole conversation about what it truly means to be alive. But I'm surprised they didn't bring up the prosthetic argument. If you have a prosthetic heart, are you any less human? I mean, the brain is just another organ. Or
Well,
I mean, but it's
no.
also the organ that actually makes you you. The heart's just
Yeah.
a fancy pump.
I suppose.
Everything else in the body is sort of mechanical. It's the brain where all the consciousness, thought, soul resides.
In the
And maybe a little bit in
yeah.
the spinal cord, just a little bit.
There's also the issue here that is this really a question for his doctor, or is it really a question for his next of kin?
And
You know,
yeah,
that
it
sort of
isn't
realistic question never comes up, in a television show.
Medically speaking, the other thing that never comes up is like HIPAA violations. Like they always just spew someone's complete medical history, like in staff meetings and shit.
Maybe just over the course of the next 300 years, there's been so many privacy violations, they just gave up.
It's interesting that there are no security cameras, but everyone is really open with their private information.
I think it's more of a there's no need for secrets.
HIPAA was signed much later after this show ended.
I think this is the same music cue that they use in the scene where Cassidy and Cisco are talking to each other in the last episode. In the profit zone.
Yeah, no more Vedic Burial.
It's a shame they didn't have a golem lying around.
Yeah.
Maybe if Vedic Burial died in like 25, 30 years. But no. He had the audacity to die here and now.
Yeah, putting Wynn in charge.
So, somebody asked a question about if Kai Wynn bombed their
I
shuttle.
did.
But did they ever think that the Cardassians may have bombed it either?
She brought up the idea of it being sabotaged because they're having the thing, but I think she sabotaged it in a way so that the Vedic would get injured.
But how would that help her?
I mean, it's pretty obvious that in the long term, her and the Vedic have different ideas about Bajor.
It makes her the star of the negotiations too, because Bareil was supposed to be the one in there talking, right? And now she's just going back to the hospital bed, asking what to say, going back and getting all the credit for saying it.
Yeah, I forgot they also talked about needing a scapegoat, like someone to blame if they fell through.
I heard that too, because she was taking his advice. He gave her bad advice.
So the next week's episode is going to be a very important one. It's going to be the one where where Nog tries to join Starfleet.
Oh, I love that one.
First Ferengi to do so.
I remember that one. Now that was really interesting because even Commander Cisco starts out assuming really bad things about his
he's
desire
always
for it.
Yeah, I think it's part of some scheme.
Which is fair.
There's a lot of progression for everyone.
Yeah.
Cisco is very racist against Ferengi.
Is there any alien species left that hasn't joined the at least one member has joined the Federation? I think the only one left is the Cardassians. Like, there's never been like a rogue Cardassian that joined the Federation. Or Star.
Huh.
I guess to change things technically, but they kind of invaded when no one was looking.
Yeah, no one from the Gamma Quadrant. There's
no
been
brain.
Romulans.
That's true.
Maybe.
Green Romulans, Tholians.
No, the Romulans. That one dude was Romulan. In that episode. In TNG, where there was a trial.
His grandfather was Romulan.
Does that
the
count?
drumhead.
I mean, he was like 1/4 Romulan at most.
I wouldn't. He didn't. He's not like a defector. It would be like a defector.
Oh, but someone in chat did bring up the Marine. And that's the thing I've always wondered about, because there's been concepts about what they look like beneath the helmet, but there is no confirmation about what the hell they are.
Kira knows what they look like underneath the helmet, but she ain't telling.
I don't think she wants to. What if it's just something completely ridiculous looking, like a giant duck?
Or a great big happy face.
No, because then why have the
Starfleet
snout?
and Picard?
I don't think so. They have the Romulans are kind of working on the relic themselves. I don't think that's
Yeah,
So
we
the
don't really
Starfleet
spend any
project.
time with Starfleet in General and Picard, so we don't see that many people.
I think the Romulans are busy with their whole new planet and everything, and Starfleet is just acting as
Their whole
like
empire imploding.
it's kind of like how Starfleet is in Deep Space Nine. Actually, they're coming in and aiding in a recovery effort. They're not necessarily members of, but they're getting a hell of a lot of help from the Federation.
There's something I haven't watched.
Not that much help.
I haven't watched much of Picard, but I do have a question. Do they ever say what happened to the Cardassians?
I don't think they bring up the Cardassians at all.
Yeah, they're not even referenced in Picard as far as I can recall.
Well, that's a bit disappointing, because at most, it seems like it's possible that they would have to rely on the Federation for everything.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain that if we were to see that in universe, there would be some kind of Federation reconstruction effort.
Hopefully.
Freaking who's in charge?
We know the
Who's
Federation sent them a bunch of industrial replicators after the Klingon invasion, so they probably helped out after the Dominion left.
But did they ever join the Federation? Now that would be surprising.
We saw an alternate future where they did.
They're
In the,
pretty shattered.
In TNG Future Imperfect, we see a Cardassian ensign.
Oh, that's nice.
But that didn't actually happen. That was all made up.
Future
You think of
Imperfect?
post-World War.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's a Ferengi ensign. I don't recall seeing a Cardassian.
I definitely remember seeing a Cardassian in a Starfleet uniform somewhere. It might not have been that
Yeah.
episode. But there's definitely been one.
There's been one, a Cardassian.
Ooh, hang on. Future Imperfect. That's the one where it's the little alien kid making a Romulan holodeck. That's not even an alternate timeline. That was a made up.
Yeah,
that was a holodeck episode.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except it wasn't even a real holodeck. Nothing was.
Yeah, it was just like it was a
cave.
fuzzy little kid.
It was a hollow cave.
Let me try and find that Cardassian in the Starfleet uniform. I know there's been one.
I believe you. I just don't recall it at all, which is
How would that
surprising.
work with the uniform? Because they got the neck ridge thing.
Oh, it was in Parallels. So that was an alternate timeline. There was a Cardassian at the helm of the Enterprise in one of the alternate timelines in Parallels.
Oh, alright.
Oh, there
Parallels
you go.
where Worf was going back and forth between different universes.
Alright, and there's the one with one of the Enterprises blows itself up.
Yep.
Freaking Riker.
You don't know what it's like in our universe. The Borg is everywhere. His beard is everywhere.
His beard is everywhere. There's no one left on the Enterprise but Riker and Worf.
And like the signal is all staticky.
How do you even get static? Well, you know what? I'm not going to question that because it's parallel ships and a parallel time.
That's the advancement of real-world technology, faster than the imaginary technology.
It's static
this-
from all the rocks inside the consoles rubbing against each other.
This Cardassian's comm badge looks kind of like an admiral badge. Obviously, it's not a Cardassian admiral, but it looks similar in
Maybe-
design.
Maybe they accidentally grabbed the wrong comm badge.
Do you have any other comm badges from that episode? Because I think that's like the equivalent of one pip. I think they moved the gold bars to the comm badges.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Do they use the comm badge to distinct rank? I thought it was just little circles on their collar.
They do.
No,
In that episode.
They always use in this style of the comm badge. It's the bars that take the place of pips, and there are no pips on the collar.
Because there's on this Cardassian, there's one like full lit pip, and then there's 3 dark ones. So this guy would be an ensign.
Question on that though is how do you indicate an open circle pip?
Maybe just half of it,
Maybe
Half
just
a
like
bar
the
on
left
the left
side
and not
is.
on the right.
or it could be like a
Also,
empty
ignore the
rectangle
fact.
with
Ignore the fact that you
or-
can actually see pips on his collar here. Don't worry. I'll put my cursor over it. Don't worry about it.
I was going to say something about the fact that this guy must have had a neck bridge reduction surgery.
No, you can see like the
Oh, yeah.
ridge, and it just pushes the collar up a bit.
It
So
kind of looks like they're
it's there.
folded back.
Yeah, which means it must be extremely uncomfortable.
Is he just doing the Cardassian neck trick like his entire shift?
Who knows?
No, it's a changeling.
Hey, changeling in the Federation.
Maybe in that alternate timeline, the changelings joined the Federation. You don't know. Maybe this is fine.
Hey, yeah, maybe
Or-
the Dominion didn't abandon Cardassia, and then Cardassia joined Starfleet post-Dominion War, and this is an infiltrator.
You know,
Let's
that-
bring up a question. Who's left to run the Cardassian Union? Because we see mostly the entire military command die. The civilian government got arrested and died way before that.
I think in beta canon, Garrick takes over in some capacity.
Yeah, naturally.
Of course.
Star Trek Online would probably have something for that. Anyone
Just
play or have that
Garrick?
look up?
But how could he take over? He's just a simple tailor.
Yeah, but he's a very good tailor.
So to answer your question about how junior grade lieutenant or a lieutenant commander would be represented, the the extra bar is silver instead of gold.
Oh,
Oh, nice.
Interesting.
Except that would make it way harder to tell the difference of than just using half a bar.
Yeah.
Is that? Oh, well.
Also, they definitely still have pips on their collars and parallels.
Do you think Jordy can tell the
Everybody does.
difference in color?
Probably.
Does everyone in combat just look the same to him?
you know what? That is a good question. So I guess you have to look at the little circles on the collars.
It
trying
wouldn't
to figure
be
this
out
out
of
now.
a. It's possible that the reflection they would reflect different amounts of light, or maybe a different color.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sure we could see it.
He'll work
And
it out.
according to Star Trek
What?
Online, they rebuilt as a demilitarized democratic power supported by the Federation. They get one sentence.
Hey, Cardassian satellite state.
A democratic power? Gross. What happened to the Cardassian fascists that we know and love?
Right?
They embraced. They learned a lesson on Picard Day. A Picard Day miracle.
Picard Day miracle.
That has to be at least like a joke one of the officers wrote. It's just a parody of a Christmas movie, but it's Picard Day.
I love that.
You know, every time.
Sorry, go ahead.
Every time a flute is played, Picard gets another cup of tea.
You know, in the Captain Picard Day episode, Picard says, "I've arranged for a Commander Riker Day next month." Do you think he went through with it? Did they have a Commander Riker Day?
Probably not. He'd enjoy it too much.
Yeah. Like the one thing that not to be like negative, the one thing I don't like about a lot of like the new Trek stuff that's coming out is that there's so many like universes we could have explored without going back in time and making a prequel. Like what happens in the entire Gamma Quadrant now that the changelings are, at least the Dominion has been driven out?
Yeah, that's a great thing because now you've got the Jem'Hadar. With, I'm assuming that the Odo will try to stop, at least in a way, try to stop the whole forced servitude of both the Vorida and the. God damn it!
Like were the Jem'Hadar actually genetically engineered, or were they just a race of people that the changelings got addicted to white? You know, like
if they were genetically engineered, would it be smart to keep them still addicted to the white, or if they were no longer have to worry about taking the white, would they become an actual problem because they are genetically modified soldiers to be soldiers?
yeah, there's an entire quadrant of space we could have explored in the years after Deep Space Nine, or even if you want to go with the destruction of Romulus. Like in my own headcanon, I imagine like some Starfleet admiral in a huge ship. I think it's a class of ship called the Typhon class ship in beta canon, but it's basically like a mobile space station. And I can imagine like an admiral going into Romulus and assisting with that and learning about all of the races that are like part of Romulan culture, which ones are like subjugated and which ones are slaves, and like just getting into all of that stuff. It would have been so interesting.
Well, a lot of Picard does follow from the destruction of Romulus. So,
Yeah, but
it's not totally unexplored.
There's two more shows coming up. At least one of them will be.
Yeah, but one of them's a prequel.
Yeah, Strange New Worlds. But it's possible. Oh god, it's going to be the Nickelodeon cartoon with Janeway. Never mind, we're not going to get any Cardassian stuff
With
out of that.
Janeway, what?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Janeway's coming
Janeway's like
back.
working at the academy.
Oh. Makes sense, I
Okay, yeah,
suppose.
it's. I believe it's going to be
She
a
has-
Nickelodeon show, though, so it's going to be.
Yeah.
She has a lifetime of experience of how to deal with captaining a starship. in, like,
Rule
the
number
worst-
1, never promote Kim.
Yeah.
That's all you need to know.
I mean, does pretty much sum it up. I'm happy with that.
Well, rule
Janeway,
number 2 is you
Today's
must
lecture.
have coffee.
Janeway
Yeah.
is also not the reason that Kim never got promoted. That would be Rick Berman.
Thanks,
Why is
Rick.
that? What happened with
Rick Berman did not like Garrett Wong.
Really?
Yeah, they
Oh,
did not have a good relationship.
Wow.
I didn't know that. Huh.
Is that because Rick Berman thought he was Chinese?
I mean, that's probably part of it.
Wait. I thought the whole problem was they gave the character a Korean name and they picked him, so he thought the character was Korean, but the writers said, accidentally let it slip that they thought he was Chinese.
I believe that
Yeah,
is how Garrett has explained it more
Yeah.
recently. Yeah.
Garrett Wong has Korean heritage, and Kim is a Korean name, but the writers apparently weren't aware of that, and they just assumed he was Chinese.
Wow. That's painful.
Yeah, but that's not even. So what? Like even if that's true, and I'm not saying that the writers.
Well,
are
yeah.
bad people, but like, so what? And like in canon, people are moving around all the time.
Hmm.
It's not like it's a Korean name, therefore you have to be Korean.
Well,
True.
that was an answer to Garrett being like, "Hey, we should have. Are we going to ever represent a Chinese person on the show? Because Chinese people make up a significant portion. We should represent that group." And then Berman was all, "What do you mean? We have a Chinese person. That's you."
Mm-hmm.
So Garrett, that was the issue there.
Well,
That's
you learn
pretty
something new
terrible.
every day.
You know, they push
terrible.
boundaries other ways. For example, they got Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
They did. And Tsunkatsu.
Yeah, that's true. People.
Garrett Wong
They-
was actually the cast member that they kick off the show to bring in 7 of 9, but he ended up in People's 100 Sexiest People magazine, put him in that list, and because of that, they're like, well, we can't get rid of him now.
Seriously?
Yeah,
I
that's
think
true.
I remember
Wow.
seeing that on
100%.
CNN, actually. Yeah.
That's funny.
That's why they got
That's-
rid of
They got rid of
Jennifer
Cass and
Lynn.
then-
Yeah, Cass.
and then she was like drunk driving and got arrested. Or
Oh
whatever.
yeah, Lane kind of went off the deep end later on in real life.
Yeah.
Wow.
What else is there memorable about Voyager? Oh, there's the Q episodes where we find out that the Q fighting to the human mind, it's the Civil War.
Oh yeah,
At
Yeah.
least
where they're using
how
like
they
muskets,
showed
but
it.
they're just representations of Q weapons that blow up stars.
Yeah.
I remember even one of the Qs said when they were pointing the rifles at them, and one of the other Qs said, "They may be human, but they're using our weapons." And I'm thinking, okay, this is all figurative, of course, because that's always how the Qs show themselves in a way that humans can understand.
Comprehend.
But when
Yeah.
you can just blink or even not blink and change your clothes, for example, what possible weapon could you have that would be meaningful?
Well, I think it's because the Q, at least the way our Q says it, is that they used to be like humanity, but the difference is humanity is moving much faster than they ever did. So maybe
In the Star Trek universe, everyone always ends up being some kind of energy non-corporeal being,
yeah,
given enough time.
Yeah.
but that's the thing. The Q are scared about the humans going so fast that they'll become them. Do they think that they also go past them? Which brings up the thought: what's past Q? That's like
Presumably
a
just
scientific
humans.
That's
formula.
scary.
What is past Q?
The giant head that they met in that episode where Barclay took over the ship.
Oh, the Cytherians.
I actually seen some clips of the below
Oh,
decks, and someone's ascending to something. I forget it, and they said
Oh,
that
yes.
the universe is on the back of a koala, and he yells, "Why is that koala smiling? What does he know?"
Yes.
That was a
So
really
maybe that's what's beyond Q. It's a giant koala that the universe lies on the back of.
I've always had a personal theory that the Q just kind of forgot their origins, and they're actually just the end result of humanity.
Now that's interesting.
I think that might play into the idea of the universe being in a cycle, which is when the universe ends, a big bang happens and it just repeats. The Q is just humanity from the last cycle.
Have the Q ever expressed any interest in any species besides humanity?
Not really.
No, because humanity's the one to push forward, and the only one that they've deemed to deal with humanity is Q.
Interesting that that's the only one in a universe with a species that managed to turn into the Q.
Yeah, Star Trek is low-key racist.
I think it's maybe it's because that no matter how many species they go through, humanity is always depicted as the one that could have encapsulates all aliens somehow. Because they could be logical like Vulcans, they could be ferocious like Klingons, they could be greedy like Ferengi. I think they're what they're trying to, but they will. But they're the ones that keep pushing forward. They're
in
not
Enterprise,
exactly the
that's
same.
stated very explicitly by Ambassador Saval. He says, I mean, pretty much that exactly. That humans have the traits of every other species, but in confusing abundance. They have a mix of everything.
Saval might be my favorite Vulcan.
Oh, Saval's great.
I think it also brings up the fact of Quark talking about how the Federation is like root beer.
Oh yeah, that was a great speech.
Yeah, it's
If you drink enough of
insidious.
it, you begin to
Start
like it.
to like it.
Like the Kool-Aid.
There were no triangle ships this week.
No triangles.
No triangles.
Sadly. We always need more triangles.
What are the next 3 episodes?
The next 3 episodes are going to be
Heart
the
of
ones that I
Stone.
forgot.
So it's Heart of Stone. That's
the Nog
Heart of Stone.
Starfleet episode.
Destiny. Cisco's excited about working with 2 Cardassian scientists.
And then we need to watch out for blue spoon heads.
All right, and the 6th and the 3rd one is Prophet Motive. Oh, that's the one where Zek visits the prophets.
Oh yeah, and comes back with the new rules of acquisition.
And it does actually beg the question of why the Vedics couldn't just go talk to the prophets, because apparently you just fly in and it works.
I think it's because it is out of fear, because they are gods. And if you had a chance to meet God, wouldn't you be scared?
No, that'd be pretty dope. Go for that.
I feel like it's kind of like the top of Mount Olympus. Like you don't want to go there; it's scary up there. All the good, you'd be invading the privacy of the gods. But we already have the orbs on the surface. That's what we use to talk to them.
Yeah, but with climbing Mount Olympus, there's always stories of people getting close to it and getting horribly, and I do mean horribly, subjugated. Like there's Icarus and goddamn, who's the guy who stole the horse to get up there? Oh, I can't remember. But
no idea.
There was myths about. So do the Bajorans have myths about people getting too close to the prophets and burning?
Well, the last emissary they sent up there just kind of disappeared and showed up like 200 years later.
Oh yeah, the weird poet who wanted to bring back the caste system.
Yeah, they do say that some people have gone missing in the Denorius Belt, which is eventually established to be where the Celestial Temple is. They just didn't know it at the time.
So
kind of a Bermuda Triangle thing.
Yeah.
Yes, but does that mean they went through and got stuck in the Gamma Quadrant, or are there still other people stuck in the wormhole that the prophets haven't let go of yet?
I mean, as far as the Bajorans know, they got up there and they never came back.
Exactly, but the prophets know.
The prophets are just hanging on to them, yeah.
The prophets are vaguely aware of them.
They're holding them hostage. It's the only way they can think of to keep getting Cisco to come back.
It's like when you put a glass over a bug in the house and you just kind of walk away and forget about it. I feel like that's what the prophets are saying.
The overall arc between the prophets and Cisco is pretty much the driving personal relationship of the whole series. And I feel like of course we have the racial, the social justice episodes, but I feel like the part of Avery Brooks' acting that I love the most, besides, all that, the good stuff about, the Bell rides, the race relations, as the one about being a black writer, of course, is like pretty moving, but when they do something to him, he's having so many prophecies that like Bashir has to do something, and he wakes up. He's like, "No, you took them away." And he's like so upset that like he lost his ability to see, because he even says the coming war with the Dominion. Like, and like you hear it, and you're just like, that must be like some distant thing. He's literally telling you what's gonna happen in the next 2 seasons.
Yeah, all the prophecies that Cisco gives end up coming true. The locusts that come through the wormhole are the Jem'Hadar bug ships that turn toward Cardassia. He prophesizes that they're flying past Bajor, which is what ends up happening.
Right. Beautiful.
But do you think that in the long run, Cisco accidentally created more problems for the Federation later down the line? Because he just reinforces the idea that to be a true Starfleet officer is to ignore all the rules.
He derails the Bajor joining the Federation. If Bajor had joined the Federation by the time we had the Dominion War, Bajor would have been destroyed in the
Exactly, and he was proven right. He took matters into his own hand and ignored commands. Do you think that might be a problem later on? Because there's already the idea of an officer similar to Cisco overthrowing the government. I feel like this just reinforces the idea that you shouldn't listen to your orders, that it's good to be a maverick.
I mean, this is also true of like every other Star Trek captain, is there?
It is. It all just reinforces the idea. And because it reinforces it, eventually these guys get promoted and they become admirals. So now you got a bunch of radical mavericks in charge of a military.
In the episode The Visitor, we see an alternate future where Cisco just disappeared. There was no Dominion War. Apparently it was all Cisco's fault.
Wait, is that the one where they see old Jake in New Orleans? Well, did they ever say there's like no war? He just vanished.
I don't remember the exact line, but I think it is established that there wasn't a further conflict with the Dominion.
Yeah, I just watched that episode. There wasn't a further conflict with the Dominion. The Federation handed over the station to the Klingons, and the Klingons kind of spread their influence from Deep Space Nine in that future.
Was this the point in the war where the Klingons broke off because the Federation refused to help them or something?
Oh, God, what season was
No
that
idea.
in?
Oh, God, I forgot about the Klingons just going absolute crazy. And I don't just mean
Gowron went totally off the rails.
I mean,
so
have you
many
looked at him
Cardassians
staring?
to murder.
The Gowron stare is something that haunts my dreams.
What do you mean?
I remember we saw the mask on it on TNG this week. We saw the Gowron mask behind the archaeologist child.
Oh yeah, that horrifying thing.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, why wouldn't you trust his face? This is.
There's some space whales in my territory. I'm gonna have to send my armada to destroy them.
Space whales, eh?
Get rid of the space whales.
I saw Robert O'Reilly at a convention once, and that was when one of the Next Generation movies was just coming out. So Jonathan Frakes happened to be there at the same convention. But Robert O'Reilly was on stage, and he said, "You guys are lucky today because my eyes are feeling really good." He said, "Get your cameras ready." And he got ready and then turned around and he did that face to the audience with no makeup, and everybody took all their pictures. He held it for as long as he could.
What a hero.
That hero.
Yeah.
I'd vote for Gowron.
All right, the space whales are being fired upon. Artillery batteries are in range. The first shots are in. One space whale goes down immediately. It's breaking off from the group, trying to escape. It's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. The ships are outrunning them. They're staying in artillery range.
Why are you attacking space whales?
Because they're in my territory.
They're in
they
his
need
way.
to get out of here.
Wow.
Do we need to send the Star Trek 4 like graphite into team?
Listen, they're sailors on the moon.
Yeah.
They're whalers on the moon.
Officials from the galactic community have protested our recent killing of space whales in my home system, informing us that our actions have violated the Space Whale Conservation Act. As a consequence, we are now considered in breach of galactic law.
You got the World Wildlife Foundation after you.
They fined us. We got a fine of 1,000 energy.
Then stop attacking the whales.
Well, I mean, he's already there.
I mean, the space
like
whales are
the-
dead. They're dead.
Yeah, what are they
How
going to
the
do? Find him
Japanese
again?
swallow the dolphins, like.
I've seen the cove, son. I know.
I mean, my federation consists of about a quarter of the galaxy. The only real threat to me are the Cardu warrior clans, and I don't think they could stand up to me and all my allies.
I mean, at times like these, what would Picard say?
I
You're
think
gonna
he would
keep-
say to purge all the Xenos, because that's what I've been doing this whole game.
Yeah, Purge all the Xenos sounds pretty good.
Maybe Cisco. Maybe Cisco would say that.
I mean, here's the United Federation of Planets hanging out. You can see they're currently running, what is that, an Akira class? And oh, they did some weird
Oh.
customization of their ships. There's like a Constitution refit with an Intrepid saucer section. That's weird. They've been designing
Oh
new
God,
ships.
that's a lot of defiance.
Is that an Akira class secondary hull with a Discovery, a Crossfield class saucer?
That's what it
That's
looks like.
exactly what it looks like, yeah.
But
Fascinating.
why are there so many defiants?
That's just they just have a bunch of Defiance. Don't worry about it.
I'm scared.
They're just like
yeah.
escort classes in this case, aren't they?
The United Federation of Planets is now limited to only Terra Nova. Everything else has been conquered and turned into my vassal.
But yeah, this
All they
does
have
remind
is
me of
Terra
one
Nova.
thing. With the whole Kardashian thing over, did the Federation like stay slightly more militarized than usual, or did it go back? Because I feel like it would be hard for them to go back to normal after fighting not only the Borg, but then the Cardassians, the Dominion, the Breen, and the Klingons all around within the period of a few years.
That would have been a perfect topic for them to discuss if they made a Star Trek series in the future.
And
Like-
you got a
like-
Maverick Admiral who thinks it's for the greater good.
They could
Or
go
you-
that way with Picard next season. There's hope.
But we've seen it. Everything looks to be perfectly normal. It's not as militarized as we've seen before.
We didn't see that much of the Federation in Picard. I mean,
Well, everything looks the same. They went back to the normal uniforms. Everything's much more. They repaired San Fran.
Yeah, I don't get the uniform choice in Picard at all. That was just strange to me.
I mean, I
Same
get
here.
they went dark. I don't know why they changed it. It's confusing to keep track with all of the changes to the uniform that in universe happened over a period of a few years.
I'm looking at them now. They look okay to me. The red on Picard's command uniform is a little bit of a dull red. That could be brighter. But I'm happy with the
That-
design overall.
That
Maybe
gold
it's
strip is
duller
very
so-
intentional.
Maybe it's duller so that in combat he doesn't look like a target. Or if you're hiding from a creature on a planet because for some reason the captain's beaming down on the away mission.
Also, this map used to have the Klingons on it, but they don't seem to exist anymore. I think the Klingons are dead.
So
Who killed them? Did you
The
kill them?
the Romulans are still here, but they've lost most of their territory to the warrior
Covenant.
clans. Yeah, the Covenant kind of claimed some of their territory. The Cardu claimed more. The Romulans are on their last legs. They're about to die.
now this is absolute disaster.
The United Nations Space Command is limited to Earth now. They've mostly been turned into my vassal. All they have is their home system.
The
Very
Klingons
minimal
discovered
fleet.
time travel and conquered their past, eh?
No, I'm pretty sure the Klingons are just dead. They're totally dead.
Maybe
Why
they
did
went
they-
back in time to beat up the blue Klingons.
Where did they even start?
yeah.
I don't know why they were blue. I never watched Discovery.
Well, they were all different colors. Like
Okay,
Yeah.
why were they Skittles? Why were the Klingons Skittles in that show?
it's a very good question.
Why are
Why do
human
they sound
Skittles?
like they're asphyxiating?
I
Why are
mean-
human Skittles?
Also, whatever happened to the Emperor?
There was no Emperor.
The Klingons had an Emperor, yeah.
No, the Emperor in TNG they bring back the Emperor, but Kalis
No.
in that episode was like the first Emperor hundreds of years.
I know,
Yeah.
but whatever happened to Kalis, the clone that is?
He's
Oh, he's still
going on
Emperor.
in Deep Space Nine. Yeah.
I know, but we never see him again, which is a bit disappointing because
Yeah,
it is the equivalent of France resurrecting Charlemagne and having him take over.
Yeah, they
Or
bring him up a
Napoleon or
couple
something.
times, but we never see him
We
again.
never see him. It's always like Gowron making decisions. Or
He's
Martok.
he's serving just as like a figurehead. The actual like Gowron or Martok, they do end up making all of the important decisions. He's there as like a representation.
He's a symbol for the people.
I
Yeah,
know he's
the
a symbol of
religious
the
figure.
people, but we see like Gowron making the declaration of war. Wouldn't they want the Emperor to do that?
No,
Nah.
because
He
the
probably
emperor,
told the population that we're going
because-
to war.
the emperor is more like the pope. He's not making any like, at least the current pope anyway. He's not
I
making
know-
military war decisions.
I know, but if you're announcing to the universe you're going to war, I feel like you should have, literal space Jesus to it.
And what Space Jesus is gonna do? Is he gonna go and punch some changelings? He's not gonna help. Just like Gowron handled
I
it, he's
mean,
fine.
it would be a great photo thing to create situations where it looks like he's helping the war effort. During World War One, the King of Belgium was in the trenches for a bit to see the soldiers. Why not have Kalis do that? That could have been a whole episode of Deep Space Nine, since they have to protect Kalis from his own incompetence.
That would have been a good episode, actually. Yeah, that's an interesting episode. Or have Kalis be part of the overthrow of Gowron.
Yeah, you get his support to get rid of him because he's a changeling. But it's Martok. Martok's a changeling.
Oh no, I'm very concerned now. The Cardew warrior clans have more than double my diplomatic weight. Oh, I do not like how powerful this group is. Oh, they're gonna need to be purged.
That sounds kind of racist, also.
That's okay, because I'm specifically playing a racist empire.
I mean, you're also playing a 4X game. That is literally the purpose of these games.
I'm governing ethics for my species. Fanatic xenophobe.
Wow.
It's literally in the species biology.
You've become
It gives him something to do.
You've become the Romulans.
No, see,
It's a
because
very-
the Romulans are almost dead, and I'm a powerful empire.
Well, you're a snake person, so I guess you're the Cardassians.
You were stronger than them. This is how the universe works.
Survival of the fittest.
I'm sure the Romulans respect you in your superiority.
Well, I'm working on right now turning all my people into androids. So
Oh God.
that should be going through in a couple years. That all my rock snake people are just metal people. They turn from rock type to steel type.
Oh
Armored
God.
Steelixes.
Oh, the Gematma Dominion has vanquished an ancient threat. That's not the Dominion. I don't know who that is.
Whatever happened to the Iconians?
Well, they
Which
didn't
one are the
exist.
Iconians?
Do you mean in this game or in Star Trek?
In Star Trek.
The prevailing theory is that as their homeworld was being destroyed, they kind of just all went through the gateways and hit on other planets and
They just
blended
left.
in. Yeah.
They
Because
come
yeah, there
back
was
in
that
Star
massive
Trek
rebellion.
Online.
Because they were basically a giant slave empire, and didn't work out so hot.
That would have been an interesting kind of like, what's it called? Like panspermia? Like kind of instance.
Apparently one shows up in Star Trek Online, and it looks
There's
like this.
Yeah, there's a whole war.
I mean, we see
Online-
in TNG, in that episode where they go to Icona, we see the Iconian Guardian, who I assume is just what Iconians look like. That,
Dude.
Portal, the guy who's like, you must answer my
that's-
riddle, Riker, or be destroyed.
That's the Takan Empire. That's a
Yeah.
different. That's a
That's
different.
Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, he
Mo-
was an Iconian. Never mind.
Yeah, that was a
Never mind.
different galaxy-spanning empire.
An ancient precursor race that also mysteriously vanished. For reasons don't
Iconian
worry about it.
actions were directly or indirectly responsible for a number of incidents throughout the 24th or 20th century. They worked with the Tal Shiar, whose experiments with
What? No, they didn't.
Star Trek
Are you reading
Online
from
gets
Star Trek
weird.
Online?
So they worked with Tal Shiar, whose experiments with Iconian gateway technology led to the supernova that destroyed the Romulan homeworld.
Oops.
The Alachi, a species native to the Mycelian plane, were suborned as a servitor race and used to kidnap and scan humans. The Selene constructed the Iconian to site Dyson sphere habitats, and after moving to subspace, were also used in kidnapping and experimentation.
Is this all
Iconians-
Star Trek Online?
I don't know. I just looked it up on the Memory Alpha. I'm just looking at it.
It must
The
be.
Iconians
yeah.
attempted to take control of the
the-
Federation by controlling key figures through Blue Gill's infestation, and by the same means successfully captured the leadership of the Vaadwaur.
The
Vaadwaur.
Vaadwaur are the people from Voyager who kind of, they were also an ancient despotic race, and they kind of got beat up by all the
They're
people.
the Delta
rebelling
Quadrant
against them.
space Nazis.
Yeah.
All right, rebuilding their military and unleashing them on other Delta Quadrant powers. They manipulated the Undyne to attacking the Alpha and Beta Quadrants before appearing directly, commanding their heralds in a war.
The Vaadwaur also have a neck trick. They also have really big necks, like the Cardassians do. They have neck flaps.
True.
Here we go. Eventually, the Iconians were convinced to stand down and declare an armistice, retreating to their Dyson sphere, which was teleported from Andromeda to encompass the Iconian system.
Yeah.
I think
That's
the
a lot.
Undyne is the official name for species 8472.
I believe this is
Yeah,
correct.
that is-
yeah.
yep.
Star Trek Online. It takes every single bad guy and it threw them all into one big pot for one of the big story arcs.
Oh, by the way, if people in the YouTube chat are waiting for us to start the next episode, that's not going to happen. The episodes are over.
It's 3 episodes right there, 10 to 13. Wait.
Yeah, the Star Trek part of the stream is over. We're just talking. I'm just playing Stellaris now until people
Wait
start
a
talking.
second.
I really want to know what mods you've got running right now.
I'm just using for Star Trek. I'm using Cheek's ship mod. There are 3 versions. There's Federation ships, Klingon ships, and Romulan ships. I have all 3 of those. And I'm using Sins of the Prophets for the Star Wars people. Or not Star Wars, for the Halo people. The UNSC and the Covenant.
Thank you, sir.
Sins of the Prophets and Cheek's ship mod.
Can't remember, but there's something that's changing. Isn't there a mod that's changing this entire game to be completely Star Trek?
There is, but I don't really like that mod that much. They change all the underlying mechanics of the game, and I don't like the changes they made to that.
I prefer my strategy games in a place that I can comprehend. Earth.
Well, I mean, here's
I'm-
Earth. I'm gonna be. Hang on, let me see if I can declare war on Earth right now. I might still have a temporary treaty with them. Oh yeah, I can
I mean,
totally
you need-
declare war on Earth.
Yeah, you gotta get rid of those dirty Terrans.
All right, I've put it to a vote. Oh no, my disgusting Xeno-loving allies voted no against the war because I'm in a federation. I have to have their approval. I'll just send Earth an insult. Where's declare insult? Hang on, I have to send them an. I have to send them an envoy to officially insult them. Hang on. There we go. Envoy and insult.
Harm relations is just a
There we
button.
go.
That's amazing.
It is. You have to send an envoy to harm
It's
relations.
weird
then
seeing
it's-
that because it looks so similar to the Hoi 4 commands. Insult, guarantee war, that sort of thing. Like, that is exactly the same. The only difference is it's green instead of brown.
I end up just playing Sins of a Solar Empire with the full Star Trek overhaul, but it's nice to see some decent models in Stellaris.
Yeah, there's also a big Star Wars mod, but the Star Wars mod does the thing. It doesn't just do a model swap. It like completely changes how ships work, and it completely changes the balance of the game. All I want is the models. Why do you have to go so overboard with it? I just want them to look like Star Wars ships and Star Trek
Are
ships.
the models set to at least reasonably equivalent in-game ships as far as
No.
like, power level and balance goes?
Not even
No?
close. They're like 5 times as powerful.
Sorry, I was asking about what you have going with the Cheeks set.
Oh,
I
no, that-
assumed it was horrible for
that's
Star
ju-
Wars.
No, the cheek set is just a model swap. It's purely aesthetic. Same with the Covenant.
I mean,
mod.
like, do the swaps make sense at least? Like, capital ships are the bigger whatever they would be in game, or
Yes. How? In fact, let me save this and I'll just load it up. I'll load up a thing and just show everyone what it does. New game. Doesn't matter who. I just need to edit my ships to be.
So I am out, y'all. Thanks for another fun weekend.
Yep. See ya.
Yeah, have a good one.
See you next week.
Take him off too.
Oh,
See you guys.
boy.
See you Saturday.
All right, see y'all.
Have a good weekend.
All right, so I've given myself all the technologies. So there are 4 types of ships: corvettes, destroyers, cruisers, and battleships. On the thing this mod does is for things larger than corvettes, it lets you do customization. So say like this is a Reliant class. What if I don't want a Reliant? I can replace it with like this saucer section, but it's all the same stuff.
So the
It's
stats
just-
of the units stay the same. It's purely aesthetic. Oh, you can swap between ship parts and everything. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, technically these are like different part slots they're using, but it's all vanilla balance.
Okay, so they're 1-1 swaps for okay.
More or less, yeah. And you can change what nacelle you want to use. Like you can have this weird Nova class saucer with the Constellation class nacelles. And that does
I
a
feel like
different
I've
thing
seen
than if you
something like
had.
that.
There's like, I don't even know what is the secondary hull from?
I don't know. It reminds me of a small fish.
It looks like it's just the bottom half of the Enterprise D's secondary hull. They just chopped the neck off. That looks like the D's deflector dish.
No, because the Enterprise D
So
is. Well, that's not it, but it is on
The
here.
other class of starship that I've seen that has that secondary hull type similar to it anyway is in Star Trek Online. It's the Odyssey class.
Okay.
Oh, that's the Enterprise F, right?
Yeah.
You know, the way they name their ships. How long until they run out of cool names? Like some of these ships, you could just call the Spoon.
Spoon
I'm sorry,
class.
but that's a spoon right there. That's a trowel or a pie
Oh,
cutter.
here's what is this? A Prometheus class saucer with an Akira hull, with an Akira secondary.
That
actually
is-
looks decent.
Yeah, I think that's
that-
okay.
That is just a plane. That is a plane
It's a-
without the wings.
The Prometheus class is a little too triangular for my taste. I would prefer like maybe something like this. It's a little more rounded.
Mm.
Oh, but it's got to have that imposing spearhead shape because it's a warship.
Or you could put on the Crossfields class, but we already saw that earlier. So
I
what else
really
can we
like
do?
the crossfield.
Oh, I'm not a fan.
Multi-vector stern. That goes with the Prometheus class. Multi-vector assault mode. Armors.
Yeah.
What is this? What is this nacelle?
That is completely goofy.
Oh,
This
there's the
looks wrong.
Crossfield secondary. Yeah, well,
Why would
the
you-
idea
Oh,
is
the
just you can
stubby
mix-
engines.
You can just mix and match. Never mind whether certain ship parts would look
I don't
good
get
on
the
other types of
design
ships.
for the saucer section.
On the Crossfield.
That
Yeah,
really
look,
looks
why
wrong
would you
without
have
the right nacelles.
Why would you have it suspended like that? Wouldn't that be dangerous? Because all it would take is just a few shots, and and you'd lose an entire part of your ship.
It doesn't look like this
I'm
actually
sure
has the proper
someone will-
Crossfield class nacelles in it for some reason.
Oh,
These
that
are kind of
bothers the
similar, but
heck
they're
out of
not.
me.
They're in the wrong position. They should be like back here.
They also need to be like 2/3 the length of the ship.
Yeah, they're huge.
Yeah. So I bought the Eagle Moss model for the Discovery, the XL one, and
Ooh.
because the ship is just so long, the overall model is a lot smaller than like the Enterprise D, because it's just mostly nacelle. Most of the ship is nacelle.
Yeah, aren't the extra large ones typically like 10 inches long?
Yeah, 8.5. Oh, the Juggernaut. You can make Deep Space Nine. The Juggernaut is something they added in a couple DLCs ago now, where it works as just a mobile base. You can build ships from it. You can launch fighters from it. It's just this massive mobile base. You can
That is a
make
very
DS9.
fair equivalent to stick the DS9 skin on. That's awesome.
Yeah.
It is very nice. The best spaceport in all of the other spaceports.
The only complaint I have about this mod is the Federation Starbase does not look like a Federation Starbase. Like if I give myself all the resources so I can upgrade it. Here's level 1. And when you level it up more, it just gets like bits glued onto the side. It doesn't turn into an actual, like, the big cone thing.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Have we not seen a similar station to this somewhere?
We probably have, but if you're making a Federation starbase, you would really assume the
Yeah, you
cone
should be
thing.
using space dock.
Yeah.
Oh, and the
But how
construction
would you
ship is a
upgrade
Danube
that?
class runabout.
But how would you upgrade that station in the same way that this gets upgraded? Probably be much more difficult.
What is the science
Yeah.
ship? What does this thing look like? I definitely recognize
That's an
this.
Oberth.
It's an Oberth class? Okay.
That is one tiny
Yeah.
saucer.
The Corvettes are the only ones you can't customize exactly. They just have the individual, like, full ship swaps. Like, here's a Federation fighter you can use, or you can use a Defiant, just whatever you prefer. I don't even know what this
I
ship
don't
is.
tiny ones.
Well, I mean, why wouldn't you use the Defiant?
Oh, that's one of the escorts from Star Trek Online. That's one of the starter ships.
That's a steam runner.
Steam Runner?
Steam Runner, yeah.
I don't know what that one is.
Well, I
Apparently-
suppose everyone will just start downloading mods for this game so they can have the Federation fight the Empire. Or the Republic.
The Titan, for some reason it zooms out a lot, but you can have either the Sovereign parts, or you can have the Vengeance from Star Trek Into Darkness.
I don't remember much from Into Darkness.
That's for the best.
I
don't
thought it
think
was
I saw-
okay.
I think I saw the first one, but I don't think I saw the second one.
It was good for what it was. It was not a Prime Universe Star Trek movie. Don't think of it as a Prime Universe Star Trek movie. Let it stand on its own. It's pretty good.
Actually, I don't remember the first one either.
First one isn't so good.
I
People-
actually
I
like
li-
the first one.
Yeah, I like the first
Not
one.
like love it or anything, but I was entertained.
I can't remember any of those.
I like the second or third one better.
What is with the nacelles on this ship? Why are these all so long? Except that one. Sturdy stern is really tiny. But, like, what is this?
I was going to say, can you throw those on the crossfield?
No, I can't. That's a different
Those are
ship
Excelsior
class.
engines.
Maybe they accidentally
class.
maybe they just accidentally misplaced engines to certain parts. Like some parts are actually on the wrong ship class.
Oh yeah, here's where the Enterprise D is. The Enterprise D is considered a battleship, so you can have all the well, that's not the Enterprise D.
Yes, the
so-
battleships. Someone should probably tell all those families on there about that.
There we go. There's the
In
Enterprise D.
yesterday's Enterprise, I think Picard referred to it as a battleship, and that makes a lot of sense.
Or
Yeah,
what
I mean,
about
it's essentially a troop carrier in yesterday's Enterprise. They've got 6,000 people on board.
what about the Enterprise D secondary hull with a crossfield class saucer? Oh, that's weird. I actually kind of like it, but it's weird.
I don't like that saucer.
It
looks weird.
screams science ship to me.
What
I
about
just
We know
looks-
this looks weird. It's okay. We're doing science.
this?
it
Kind of
just
just
looks
reminds me of like a bird with a beak.
That's a duck.
That is a
Yeah.
duck.
Just a
But
duck.
if you look at if you look under it, if you just look under the ship itself, it's just a trowel. Now it's a spoon. Trowel. Like you gotta do some gardening with that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a troll.
Okay, what does it look like if we make the Enterprise D with Prometheus nacelles?
Looks like a duck.
Actually, I kind of like that.
There's
I
nothing
think
wrong
that
with
works.
Why is it
That's
so
okay.
angular when you want things to be more rounded in space?
It doesn't matter. You're in space.
Isn't
I
there
know.
a Galaxy class variant that has different nacelles, like an actual cannon variant?
The all good things one with like the third nacelle sticking up the top and the big cannon on the saucer.
No, I mean like I think it's called the Venture variant.
Oh, like
I don't
in
know.
one of the Dominion episodes where they've got the war fit, fresh off the line ones.
Yeah,
Galaxy class Venture refit. Let's unblur the screen for that. Get some images. I mean, is this what you mean? They
Oh,
all
yeah,
kind
the
of look the
next
same to me.
definitely.
no, they the Venture class is different. It's got a thing on top of the nacelles. It's not that different though, and it
Okay.
is in Deep Space Nine on the episode The Way of the Warrior.
Well, this has been quite fun, but it's
Yeah.
been around 3 hours now. I've got other people to irritate.
Yeah, I was just. Don't worry, I was just about to end the stream.
All
When
right, then.
Stellaris is done, it's all over. All right. That has been, well, some Star Trek, and then we just half the stream wasn't, but don't worry about it. So
Now, are you saying
Um,
that because you switched over to the stars, or because we weren't focusing on the episodes?
Passive Stellaris stream.
yeah, I just wanted something to play in the background, something for the stream to look at in the background.
I mean, it's also pretty easy to talk over Vedic Boreal dying because who really cares?
I care.
I mean,
I
so does
care.
that
Kira
mean
cared.
so does that mean no one's going to talk during the Quark episodes?
Don't worry about it. All right,
I think
stream's
we
over.
all want
Everyone
to
go
hear
away.
what Quark has to say.
All right. Later.
Stream's over.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right then, Mammoth, away! Oh, my hip.